Good morning. Welcome to our Fun Fabric Friday, I'm going to call it. There we go. So you've got me this hour, Natasha McCarthy, but next hour we've got our lovely new presenter, Amy, who started yesterday. So she'll be here with Angela Attwood at 9 and again at 11. But my hours this morning are 8 and 10, and I'm joined by the very fabulous Jo, and we're going to be looking at toy making Tilda style. So this hour we've got our bunny, and I think he is rather fabulous. If you would like to name him, we've already started having suggestions coming in. Colin so far is my favourite. Thank you, Carly Duff, for that. But here we go. This is our bunny. We need a name for him. He's coming out of, what is it? Crafting Tilda's Friends. That's the book that he's coming out of. We've got that on the show as well. We're going to teach you how to make him. We're going to show to make him. Now, in order to get in touch, to give us those name suggestions, here's how you get in touch. Head to the website, and if you go up to watch, click on that, we'll come up. There we are. Oh, there you go. There's me and Colin. Underneath, message the studio, name suggestions, a general hi, anything you like. Keep it clean. Into the message the studio box, and then if you've got loads and loads and loads that you want to say, or you want to send in a photo of makes or anything like that, then email those, and that email is studio@sewingquarter.com. Haha! Now, any items in the show that you fancy purchasing are underneath. So it's like a little personalised shopping list for you. Everything that you see on the shows, you don't have to go searching through the website. They're there as easy to find products from today's shows. That's yesterday's shows, but we'll get today's shows up as we go today. So that's all the housekeeping for you today. So this is the bunny, the woman responsible for making this divine little chap. It is, of course, the very fabulous Jo Carter. How are you, my love?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you very much. Now, normally you bring us your own designs.
I do.
And very popular they've been too, set up 3 times.
Yes, but today...
Overwhelmed by it.
Yes, they have done quite well. But today I'm making some Tilda toys.
How is it to make somebody else's? Is it strange when you're used to being the designer yourself?
I really enjoy making somebody else's, actually, because I can get trapped in my own way of thinking and the way of designing. So doing somebody else's just generates more ideas, and often there's techniques that I didn't think of or ways of doing things, so I really like making other people's.
Excellent. And this is indeed somebody else's. This is from Crafting Tilda. Well, he's out of this book, basically. Crafting Tilda's Friends. He looks amazing, doesn't he? Look at him. I thought that he was weighted down with rice or something in his feet, but he's not. He's just stuffed, isn't he? He's got firm feet.
He has firm feet, but also the book tells you how to stitch the feet together to make sure that it does stand.
A firm base.
Yes. So you could have them Easter dotted around the house.
Amazing.
Or stood on shelves.
He's just lovely. And this is the book that he came from. So if you want to be making Tilda's Friends, Bunny, we still don't have a name right now. He can't be Firm Foot Bunny.
No, it's not a very...
It's not catchy.
No.
No. And that's absolutely fine. This is the lady behind the design. We've actually discovered how to actually pronounce her name properly, which is Tuna.
Tuna. Tuna?
Tuna. Yeah, no, you've got to sound like you're in the mafia and it's a big fish.
Tuna.
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 Yeah, that's the only way that I can remember to say it. Which doesn't actually sound that elegant, does it? But that's apparently the correct way.
Yes.
We are reliably informed. There we go. So here we go. This gives you ideas on how to stuff, how to get the best results. These give you some ideas of the sort of little chaps that you can be making. There we go. Easy to make?
Yes, nice, straightforward. There are a couple of tricky bits, but the book tells you the best way to tackle
navigate.
Them. Yes.
So you can really start to decorate your house, decorate your home, whether it be for Easter or Christmas. They're all adaptable. Look at the big belly bee. Love him. He's just called a bumblebee. I've changed that. Oh, Barbara says, hello, Barbara. Bonnie. Oh, Bonnie. Oh, her name, hang on. What's her name? Bonnie or Barbara? Her name's Barbara. Oh, she wants to name the rabbit Bonnie. Oh, because she's wearing a dress.
And Bonnie Bunny would be...
Bonnie Bunny.
Bonnie Bunny works very well.
Yes, it does. I didn't know if it was a dress or if it was like a worker's smock.
I think possibly that Bunny has been doing some serious work in the allotment, so maybe it is.
I mean, look, he's produced some good produce there.
Yeah.
The carrot is awesome. I'm particularly loving the frog wreath. I mean, have frog will make a wreath.
There are some really... It was hard to choose a project, actually.
Well, these are the snails. I love these snails. These are the ones that I keep making. I've got a bit addicted to making snails, because once you make one, you realise how easy they are, and you just keep making. I want to make... Because here, they've done it so that he's on a piece of driftwood, and then he's towing a little cart, so you've got a little tidy-up. I want to make him into bookends.
Bookends would be lovely.
Yeah, absolutely. So once you get going with this book... Firstly, you will love it. Secondly, you won't stop. Look, and you've got like flying cats. Oh, he's called Whimsy Cat.
Oh, well, I like the little extras you get as well. The little bird and
the fish. I like that.
Yeah, to personalise them, make them all a bit different.
It's a nice crossover. You've got all your... Oh, here he is. Looking good. Oh, so hang on. There is a wardrobe option here.
There is. There are a choice of outfits. You can go with the dungarees or the tunic dress. I made dungarees for a show later on today. So
we've got Goosey McGooseface, as I've lovingly...
Goosey McGooseface
is the name that I've given her.
Isn't it? I think
until later.
But
it's quite a violent name, but I mean it's fair. He is a goose and he has a goosey face. It's true. It's like
accurate.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Trading standards can't get me for that. I love his carrot. I love his oversized carrot. I love the fact this one has a large bird sat on his head. Options. I mean, that could be a costume option. Oh, I love that cushion, actually. Look at that. It's home decor, isn't it? And
yes.
I think with this, it's a different feel for Tilda, actually, because it's... Yeah, normally we're used to Tilda being, really fine designs. But actually these are just adding that bit of whimsy and that bit of fun. And these are all your little characters. This is producer Hannah's favourite bit, is all the characters. She loves all... And then you get the patterns. Oh, so are this the clothing dress options?
Yes. So you have the dungarees option or the dress. And I think that dress fits a couple of the...
Oh, really?
I think so.
Can you take the clothes off once they're on?
You can, providing you make sure the neck hole is large enough.
OK, so we're looking at an optional wardrobe.
Yes. Every bunny should have a choice of outfits.
Of course they should. So all the patterns come in the book. You just need to photocopy and do you just add a seam allowance with these?
I've made Tilda patterns in the past, and this one actually follows a more traditional way of doing a toy. The goose, which I'll do later, you draw...
Is that of a different book, isn't it?
It is, and you draw around the outline and then sew following that and then trim the seams afterwards, whereas this, for the bunny, I've added a seam allowance to the pattern piece. I like to use 6mm, 1/4 inch, so I added that all the way around the edge myself.
Awesome. So, in order to grab your Tilda's Friends, here they are, and £7.95? That's a brilliant price for this book. ODGQ42, and you can be making Bonnie/Colin as and when you feel like it. Amazing. So, the other thing that we had to do for you, because this is the thing, isn't it? You get the book and then you go, oh yeah, but I don't have any of the fabric to make it look as gorgeous as you have. Fear not, we've got that sorted, haven't we? Absolutely got that down. Right, the yellowy one first. So this is your Tilda fabric. So the way that it works, you're going to get a spot, a plain and a Tilda. 1/2 metre of each in each of the bundles. Isn't that right? It's nice, isn't it?
Lovely.
Did you have oodles left over?
I did. I had quite a bit left over. Yes, there's plenty in there, certainly to make one bunny, 2. Well, I've made 2 because I've cut out another one and I've still got fabric left over.
I love this cherry blossom blue. So actually you could probably do a cushion front or something out of the rest of this.
You could.
Look at that. Gorgeous. So this is your 1/2 metre of Tilda that you get. Now, we've done our usual thing of going, hey, do you know what? Let's pick out some colours that go. So, of course, we went to our Spectrum Solid range and we took a look on the selvage there and went, OK, it's got that nice yellowy colour in there. Let's match that. And of course, because you're going to be wanting to make carrots, potentially, there is a potential vegetable option with the bunny.
There are. The pattern for the carrot is in the book.
Yeah, 1/2 metre of that as well. And then you want a contrast fabric, you've got a 1/2 metre of your spot on as well. So all of this 100% cotton. These are from Macawa, I do believe. Those two are from Macawa. And then this, of course, your super posh Tilda. Absolutely gorgeous. So bundles with Tilda are always incredibly popular. So get your order in quick. $15.95. This is your Tilda Cherry Blossom Spot On and Solid Bundle option, and your code for it is BJG something or another. It's gone. Let's have a look at the next option, but just take a look on the website underneath where we're live. There's a whole option for you. Now this is the next one. Ooh.
I don't know which. I love blue and goldy yellow together, but that's a lovely bundle as well.
Isn't it? Ooh. Okay, so this is your Tilda in this one, just a different version. So this is in your teal. Beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. I love that. Is this out of the Bumblebee range, this one? It is, isn't it? Yeah. I'm enjoying the Bumblebee range. Just when I think I've seen all the Bumblebee range, then we go and throw this on. I'm like, oh, I didn't realise, didn't see that, didn't know that. Beautiful. So, of course, we've had to mix it. So there we go. This is your solid to go with 1/2 metre of each of these. So you're getting 1.5 metres of fabric, 1/2 metre of which is Tilda for $15.95. Yes. Janice is texting and says she loves Tilda. Wise woman. Bobby for the bunny, and then it could be boy or a girl. Bobby Bunny. Nice. So we've got Bonnie, Bobby and Colin so far. But being rabbits, they will probably breed. So I think plenty of names. That's fine. And then there's your spot there. Yeah. Joe looks very serious at that suggestion. Let's think about that. $15.95 MGGC 48 gets you that option. Beautiful. And you see, look, you see the colours go, don't they? There's your spots and they coordinate with the middle of the flat. Beautiful. Just beautiful, fresh, spring like summer. Easter. Hello, Easter.
It's just round the corner now.
It is. Get sewing. Let's get.
There is time to make
sewing.
A bunny, though.
There's always time to make a bunny.
Time.
And actually, this bunny can go all year round.
It can. It's just a lovely. I think just to have it on your shelf. It's just a home decor. I think I love Tilda for that.
I'm sure you could weight his feet and have him as a little mini door stopper as well.
You could.
Now, you've used the blue spot, but we've actually put a golden spot in with ours, which I think will show off the dress / smock.
You would see the difference between the bunny. I think it would make more of both the bunny and the dress. Let's get going. Let's see how we make this then. So in the book, we've got all the patterns. All the pattern pieces. So I photocopied the pattern piece pages and cut these out, adding a seam allowance for this. So this is the ear, this sort of helicopter-y bit. Is the ear. It looks like it's got propellers. It does. I wouldn't have looked at that and said ears, but I guess yes, isn't it? Propeller ears. So you just photocopy them out of the book, and that's all okay to do. There we go. Yes. And there's your body. Use tracing paper and trace them out. Brilliant. Okay, where do we go from there? I like to start with the arms. So these are the arm pieces, right sides together. You want to cut 4 arm pieces out, and you want two going one way and 2 going the other when you cut them out of the fabric. Okay. And again, add in that seam allowance. Add in the seam allowance. So for all of these pieces, add in your seam allowance. Obviously, we were in early in the morning, and as we were all getting ready this morning, you know, Joe just passes past my door, and I just hear, yes, I've prepped a leg this morning. Weird things you don't expect to necessarily hear. So this is an arm? This is an arm. Okay. Anything that we need to know about the arm before we get going with it? As long as you've added your seam allowance, then stick to that when you sew around, and it's just a case of sewing around the side of the arm and leaving the top end open. Take it nice and easy around the curve. So if you are unused to sewing curves, any tips? Take it slowly. You can just use the needle. If your machine has a needle down function, which this one does, when you stop, the needle will automatically be down, and you can just pivot your sewing around underneath the foot, lift the presser foot and just give it a little move round and make sure. Off you go. It's in, and you want to reverse backwards and forwards.
So that's going to hold the edge, because you're going to have to stuff the arm, aren't you, at some point?
Yes.
Yes.
I like to get all the bits ready and then assemble it in one go. So I will do the ears and the arms. I like to have all the limbs and extras added there.
I don't know why I find this always so funny. The extremities need to be prepped and ready for you, don't they? Now, this is quite a key point, and this is mentioned in the book, what Joe's doing at the moment, which is just taking little snips out, which reduces bulk. So if you could just, just bring that into the centre there so that we can see.
I'm just clipping V-shaped notches out of the seam allowance around the curves. If it's an internal curve, you just want to make a snip, but if it's an external one, so it
Hang on, what's the difference? An internal and external curve?
This would be an internal curve, so when we come to this point, we'll just clip here.
Oh, I see.
But these are external.
Okay, right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's an internal curve. That's an
so whether it goes
curve.
out or in?
Yes.
Okay.
And it just helps the seams get a smoother finish on the seams, and also just removes some of the bulk. It makes it easier as well.
Okay, and just, this is the thing, is that this is where you need to use those really sharp scissors that are sharp to the very, very tip. And you're using Fiskars today. We've got the rose gold scissors on the shows. We've got all sorts of different scissors. But what we like to have are ones that are sharp, very, very, very to the tip.
Yes, fabric scissors.
Very, very to the tip. Brilliant sentence there, Natasha. Doing well this morning. Words are my friend.
It does seem early today. Everything for me seems early.
I haven't got used to the clocks going back. It's really 7 o'clock.
And it was dark driving in.
I know, again it's dark again. Oh, Jill suggested Beatrice the bunny.
She
looks very regal. Yes. She's earthy, though, as well.
She is.
She's very down to earth, I think. Now, if you've just joined us, this is one version that you could be making. We've got the book on the show, details down there, $7.95. We just had a flick through that. Beatrice, Bobby, what else did we call him? Billy, Colin? All of these options for names. The bunny has come out of the book, and we've put together a bundle of fabric which we feel is absolutely suitable for this project. So we've given you loads, quite frankly, because, you know, we like that. Ample is always better, isn't it?
It is.
And then you're less, then I feel less worried about making a mistake because I've got loads.
It's a safety net, knowing that if something goes wrong, you can just...
Yeah.
You have the fabric to make another one.
Now, you used a blue spot, but retrospectively, we thought actually we changed it because we thought that this would stand out better against... It complements but stands out.
Yes.
And so that's why we changed it. And then, of course, there's a lot of carrots in here. This is 1/2 metre of fabric here. So then you could always do his body as a solid, or you could do it as a spot. It's entirely up to you. Or maybe you want to do the body in the orange, or maybe that's just going to be, a nice summer dress. And then with that pocket detail. It's up to you, basically. You're the designer, but these fabrics work so beautifully with the designs. Maybe you're going to work your way through the book and actually find all sorts of other goodies that you want to do. You've got loads of material. You've got 1/2 metre of each. 1/2 metre of your Tilda, 1/2 metre of your solid, 1/2 metre of your spot. All 100% cotton, all very easy to work with. That's the key, isn't it? Get a fabric that is going to work, not move around too much, that the knit is tight.
It holds its shape, and the shape you cut out or the shape you draw onto the fabric will be the shape you keep.
Yes, not a version of and a bit wonky here and there because it's stretched. No.
Suddenly all shifted to the side.
And that's why we've chosen this. So that's one bundle option. We'll have a look at the other in a minute. So this is your Tilda Cherry Blossom spot-on solid bundle fabric. If you're after the other and you look on the website, then it's under teal. So $15.95, BJGC27. There we go. I have to say this morning, floor manager Jay doing an awesome job. He's so floor manager Jay this morning has had to put on a new hat as cameraman because cameraman Tim was poorly. So good on you, Jay. Now we've got arms. We've got 2 arms.
So I've turned them the right way out and stuffed them.
Excellent.
Leaving the top little bit empty, sort of a 1/2 inch.
Okay.
15 millimetres-ish, 1.5 centimetres.
I'm going to say yes. And agree with you,
I think that's more generous than 1/2 inch, but it just makes it a little bit easier to... And plus they move a bit then once they're attached. Obviously, I have to do that to show it.
No, I like it. It's like having universal symbols for things like phone and email, stuff like that, yes.
I always realise once I'm doing it, that's... Yes. I'll just base these closed to hold the stuffing in, but also when they're sewn in, it just means that both sides are properly caught in the seam. When you say you're going to baste, are you going to do it within the seam allowance? Because these are going to be tucked into his actual body. Yes, within the seam allowance that you've chosen, so that they don't need to be removed and they won't be visible.
It's just extra belt braces.
Yes.
Yes, excellent. And so already we have arms. This is coming together quite quickly.
It is. It's a nice, speedy. Well, you can spend as long or as little.
Is this something that you could do with the kids?
It is. There are little jobs.
With help?
With help, definitely with help. I think with the sewing, certainly putting the arms in and things later, you would need.
They could do some stuffing.
Well, they could do stuffing. They could trace out pattern pieces.
I was making some patchwork cushions the other night when I got home from work, and Freddie was insistent he was going to help. And he just was trying to press all the buttons on my sewing machine. So I just took I've got a sewing machine where you can just take the plug out of the foot pedal and just do the start-stop button. He was start-stopping. He was thrilled. Get him started young. Now, this is the book. This is where it's come from. Whether you're after frogs, bunnies, cats, whatever you're taking... There they are, snails. The snails are in here. If you missed out on the snail bundles that we had, the actual snail kits, the snails are in here. I say that because obviously I love the snails.
The snails are adorable.
Yeah. Oh, do you want to go snail? Oh, you see, look, we were just snipping out. That's all covered in here as well, in case you forget. It even shows you how to stick a stick in there so that you can have them. Well, it's okay. Mounting figures rather than stick a stick. More technical term there. So if you want to have them so that you have sort of mounted in plant pots and things, you can do that. Scarecrows. It's got a rustic charm, this, hasn't it? Perfect for your gardener.
Perfect. Lovely in a conservatory as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Or if you've got a farmhouse kitchen, it's going to work beautifully in there. Just absolutely fun. Where was the one? Oh, I love the frog wreath. My new favourite. That's going to be next, I think, the frog wreath. There it is. Love the frog wreath. And there's... Oh, hang on. Where's the bunny? I've lost the bunny. There he is. There's the bunny with a few flowers behind. Yeah, you see, floor manager Jay, he's loving it. He's loving the bunny today. Is he your favourite? Yeah, no, he's absolutely... and all the instructions in here. So if you missed the show or you just want to have, this is your guide, because this has got the pattern and everything else, $7.95. Actually, $7.95 just for a pattern. You'd pay that for a dress pattern, wouldn't you? Here you've got a smock, dungarees, and a variety of creatures to wear them with.
Absolutely. It is really good value.
$7.95. So we've got arms.
We've got arms. Now I'm going to do ears.
Brilliant.
And it shows the turning gap on the pattern piece. And
you've snipped that so that...
I've just made notches in the pattern piece so that when I draw it out, I can just leave little marks where that gap should be. And I'll start sewing here, go all the way around and finish at that one. And
again, you've added that seam allowance.
I have.
That is key. I mean, it must tell you somewhere in the book. I'm pretty sure. It's probably one of the first things that she says. There you go. Yes. Yeah. I'm looking for seam. There we go. So you can add, actually, to be honest, perfect, because if you're a beginner and this is the first thing that you've done, you can add a larger seam allowance if that's something that you're worried about. You can always trim it back afterwards, can't you? But then you're in control of that. I like this. I like this a lot.
In fact, I did the tunic, the dress, in the way that in other books that I've used that... Tilda shows to do... I'm not explaining myself very well here, am I? But I will do the dress shortly in the style, the technique that I've used before, that I associate with Tilda now.
Right.
Did that make sense, then?
Oh, yeah,
I have such a cold.
Oh, bless you. And you're here for 3 days straight?
I am.
We'll feed you fruit, it'll be fine. Vitamin C, it's all good. So these are the ears, and of course you've got to leave that fold round area so you don't stitch all the way through. What stitch do you stitch those up with?
I use, whenever I'm hand closing, I use a ladder stitch.
Yeah,
it's my favourite. It's practically invisible.
I save all my ladder stitching for sitting in front of the TV.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. To the extent that, you know, sometimes I'll sit on the side for a week until I've got a batch to do. And then Freddie will take whatever toy it is into school the next day, and he can't say finished properly. He's got a bit of a lisp.
Oh.
And so he'll go in and tell me, it's finished, the fish is finished, or whatever it is that has been made. And they just look at me like, could you interpret this, please? I'm like, it's been sat on the side for a week. I sewed it up this morning. It's now finished. Right. So these are external curves?
External curves.
Yes.
So they're curving outwards.
That's an internal one.
That's an internal,
yes.
So I would just make... I mean, it's not a very deep curve, but...
Now, why are the ears just one big propeller?
Because the ears, and you can't see them under the hat, unfortunately, the ears, when they're turned the right way out, they are gathered at the top, and they are sewn.
Oh, look! Oh, they're rather gorgeous. Oh, that's nice. Oh, it looks like hair.
It does.
Oh.
I think
you see, that's a whole other look, isn't it?
It is, and little bows on either side, like almost pigtails. Look very cute.
Oh, beautiful. She's a very down-to-earth bunny.
She is.
She's wholesome.
We've given her a whole internal life, haven't we?
No, we have. Absolutely. Wholesome bunny. I mean, you know, she's being careful to protect herself from the sun with her little hat.
Very sensible.
Very sensible. Yeah. No, gorgeous. Good ears. Obviously, a very prolific gardener with the size of that carrot. That's going to win awards.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Whilst you snip there, let me show you the other bundle option, because a lot of you are asking about these. So this is your other bundle option. So whether you're using this Tilda here, beautiful from the Bumblebee range. This is your cherry blossom teal, rather gorgeous there. It's almost a very, very faint check, isn't there, in the background? You can't see it so much, but when you get it, this is the joy of Tilda's. It's that intricacy of the print, of the design, and that's what you get for your money, is this beautiful cotton to work with. I've been spreading the Tilda love with my mum, and with cushions and stuff that I've made and bags and things, and she's like, oh no, she said, I don't know much about material, but she says I can really feel the quality of Tilda. It's very clear, it's very obvious, and so you've got half a metre, that's a lot of dungarees and dresses. Actually, you could probably do a dress. You could probably make the bunny out of that material if you wanted. You could probably do a version of each, couldn't you?
You could.
And then would you do a spotty... Producer Hannah would do a spotty bunny. But you see, that I would do a plain bunny too. You could do a variety of bunnies.
You could have, a line-up of all different...
Ah, yes.
Different bunnies.
Bunny variations. So you've got your plain, you've got your spot, you've got your Tilda. That's what's happening in each of these. Do you know what? You might not want to make a bunny. We don't understand that. I mean, that would be weird if you don't want to make a bunny because the bunny's gorgeous. But if you just wanted this as a big bundle of material, you've got 1.5 meters of material here, $15.95. But there is there's no sewing police. We're not going to come and knock on your door and check you've made the bunny. You can do whatever you want. Actually, this would be great for the frog.
It would.
Yeah, because you've got the green.
Yes, you could go. You'd buy that make the bunny and then
make the frog.
Go onto the frog.
Matching frog.
That would look really nice.
And then you've got the pretty fabrics to do the wreath. I want a frog wreath in my life. I didn't know I needed one until I saw it in there. I need it.
This is the thing you don't realise until you look through the book how much your life is missing.
My life has been missing a frog wreath until this point. I feel it has. It's going to look lovely on the dresser.
It would.
Yeah. Nice. So we now have propeller ears.
We have. I'll give those a press in a minute. And then I'll sew... These are the front body pieces, which you don't necessarily look at them and think, oh, that's definitely the front body. But we're going to sew down here to the bottom of the stomach, and then this forms the face.
Ah, okay.
And actually the flat piece which I have here, is actually the back of the body.
It does look like Bigfoot.
It does.
For now, but that's the seam allowance. I'm not casting aspersions over the size.
Well, they are quite
his
big feet.
Yeah, well, they've got to stand up.
Yes.
To be fair, you know, oh bunny.
So I'll
So
sew.
next step is.
I'll sew along the front.
I suppose you could decorate the ears in any way you saw fit.
You could. There's so many ways to personalise them. Once you've got the basic bunny, you can...
I've had an idea about the ears.
Go on.
So, well, just because, say you've got this, then you could do your spotty bunny, but you could do the underside of the ears there in the plain.
That would be really nice.
I've peaked. That has been my idea for the day. Two-tone ears. Now, what do we do? This is around the front of the face.
Yes, so I'm stitching around the front of the face to the top of the stomach.
Easy round these corners.
Put the needle down and pivot your fabric round so that you can sew along.
If you're unsure, do a larger seam allowance.
Yes.
That's the way, isn't it?
Like you said, trim it down.
Yeah. So, and you just go down to the base of the tummy.
Yes, although I have left the seam allowance gap at the bottom because, I mean, we'll have to clip this area so that it turns, but it just gives it that little bit of freedom later when we come to pin. Did
you go backwards and forwards and secure that stitch there?
I did.
So that his belly doesn't come undone?
At both ends, I did.
Okay. His her? I don't know. Boy or a girl? We've had Bobby Bunny, Beatrice Bunny, Colin. Any more names? Harriet for a girl. Hector for a boy. Nice.
Hector's nice.
Yeah. Jane says it's a fantastic show. Well, thank you very much. She loves Tilda. Who doesn't?
I know.
Loads of you love Tilda. Oh, so many of you starting your message just with, I love Tilda. Join the club. I think that we should have like a Tilda club. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the Tilda club. Join us at 10 o'clock for more Tilda club, as it's now going to be known. Yeah. Now, the bundle that you're using, well, we swapped out the blue for the sort of gold spot because we thought that it would... so this is your gold spot. Gold spot. That sounds like a creamy milk, doesn't it? Gold spot. Oh, that's gold top.
Gold top. I'm sure a gold spot could be.
It's fine. There's your gold, and so that's going to give you more variety. It's just going to give more contrast so that your bunny really stands out. Now, whether you want to make matching pockets, basically, we've given you loads of fabric that's suitable for all of the items in the book. So what you choose to make, you might just go, actually, that's really pretty. I'm going to make cushions out of it. Fine. I want a bag out of it. Fine. But you get 1/2 metre of Tilda fabric for your Tilda makes, and then you get beautiful fabrics that complement perfectly.
They do. I really like this. A nice contrast. The bunny would just stand out more in that golden sort of colour.
Hey.
So we've sewn...
Hey. Sorry.
The front body. She fancied a dance.
It's my inner child. I can't help it. Yeah, no, absolutely. Dancing bunny. Right. Where do we go?
So this is the front of the body, which we've sewn.
And already she's got quite a curvaceous belly going on there.
She has.
She's eaten a lot of carrots, hasn't she?
Well, I mean, if you can grow carrots like that,
why not? Award-winning carrots, I fear.
Now I'm going to pin this around the sides, and it does say this in the book, you don't want to... It's very difficult to... normally, when I'm doing a pattern, I would base the arms in and then sew round. But actually, it's very awkward to negotiate that because it sort of pulls in the wrong direction.
Do we end up with an arm situation?
Yes, you'd get tucks or a bit more of the arm would be caught and it wouldn't quite lie properly.
So what's the key?
The key is to sew... I'll show the pattern piece. So this is where the arm would fit. So you sew around there.
Oh, okay.
And then you sew this section, but leave this as a turning gap.
Oh,
and so we're leaving gaps for the arms.
Gaps.
And gaps for a turning gap.
Okay.
And then sew around all this bit. And then we fit the arms in and sew them along.
So actually, once you get your head round where the gaps are, you're good to go. And if you mess up the first one, it doesn't matter. Just stick a dress on it.
Yes.
No one's going to know. And then the next one, you'll do perfectly.
That's what I do.
And that's the joy of it. You've got so much fabric, you've got plenty to do that. Oh, we have a picture. What have we got a picture of, producer Hannah? Oh, from Leslie. She's from the Isle of Wight.
Look at
we've
that
just seen it. We've just seen it in
the
a preview
dungaree.
screen. Oh, you've got to see this. This is good. Look at him.
That's
I
fantastic.
salute that. That is just gorgeous.
Oh, the little carrot on the hat as
She
well.
said the Tilda book have such fun, easy patterns to follow. I love those dungarees. This is the rabbit that she's used. Oh, she's used the ticking fabric for trousers. I love that. It's true what they say, though, isn't it, about stripes being very slimming when you wear them that way.
Well, yes, you've seen this stomach. But
Yeah, well, I've seen the size of the stomach. I mean, that's done a treat. And I love. Oh, look, she's done the feet in a different.
Oh, look, it's got little boots on.
That's the thing, isn't it? Once you get, but she says how easy it is to use.
It is.
This book here, if you're wondering which book it is. There. She's hugging the book. So this is your crafting, Tilda's friends, Lizzie. Thank you so much. Oh, bunny down, bunny down. Bunny's back up again. Do you want to see the bunny in the book? Oh, yeah. Oh no, look, yeah. Look, no. There's ticking there. That is your bunny option. Although hers was quite a smart bunny, wasn't he? I mean, he looked like he was bunny about town.
He was. That was
Quite a sophisticated bunny. These are sort of bunny bumpkins.
yes. Whereas that one had much more of a day to night look.
He so did.
He did.
So Jo, what are you doing at the minute? Are you pinning?
I'm just pinning.
Oh, I love his big carrot. Oh, hang on. Oh, the other thing that you need to know about are the buttons. We've got wooden buttons for you on the show. I think they're like $1.95 for a pack of 3 of the lovely wooden buttons. So if you need to get buttons, then wooden buttons for you. Perfect for the job. So if you would like these, they are, I'm going to guess $1.95. Spot on. AHGQ36 if you want your wooden buttons to adorn and embellish. Nice.
I like the button, the little bits of detail, the pockets and the button on the tunic.
Now, the carrot is also in the book. This is the beauty of it. You're not left to go, oh, I don't know how to sew a carrot. Even the carrot is in the book. It's a good carrot. No, I mean, I think that would be, country fair award winning.
Do you think?
Yeah, no, I think so. I think it's been beautifully grown. She's obviously been busy down her allotments, hasn't she? Now, you don't always pin things, but you're going for a spot of pinning here.
It's definitely worth pinning this. And
It's
plus,
like Voodoo Bunny right now.
it does slightly. This is the gap. I've marked either end of the gap for the arm with a pin, so I'll start at that one and go round.
Okay.
I need to mark this side's got the opening in. So I'll need to remember to do that. Leave an opening to turn the bunny.
Okay.
It's fairly vital. I mean, I have done it before.
For a bunny's well-being. Well, what can I say? She, charming, utterly charming. Bumpkin bunny. Any other name suggestions there, producer Hannah? Jackie suggested Doris. Oh, nice.
Doris.
Or Dylan for a boy. Oh, you need a pair. Doris and Dylan.
They make a lovely couple, Doris and Dylan.
Good bunny names. Actually, my sister-in-law has just got some baby bunnies. They're called kittens, aren't they, baby bunnies?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Very confusing, but I think so. Could be wrong, but I think so. So maybe, we could, any leftover names, we could pass on to my sister-in-law for her bunnies.
I had a field rabbit which had been domesticated when it was the size of a dog. But that was one of my favourite ever pets. My field rabbit bunny.
My brother, when he was tiddly tiny and he first started school, he didn't like school, so my mum bought him a rabbit to, make up for the fact he had to go to school. Unfortunately, this rabbit soon became 11 rabbits. Yeah. My dad's not really an animal person, so there's my brother going, won't Daddy be pleased? Such good value for money. Daddy was not pleased at such good value for money.
No. It doesn't really work like that with pets, does it?
No, not really. But no, Coco did produce many a bunny. Good old bunnies. Every child should have a bunny, shouldn't they? It's a good childhood pet.
Right, so I'm just sewing the front and the back.
But do you know what? If you don't fancy a live one, make one of these. Do you know what, actually, about the Tilda toys? Is that they are very child-friendly.
They are.
Because... like they are for little hands. If you are making for little people, little hands can get round the size of the paw. So you know that this is the thing. My son's got one of the Tilda monkeys, and he absolutely loves it because and it's about the same width. You know, they can get their little hands around and grab onto the paw. Obviously, it helps if it's actually attached. And so then it's just perfect for them.
And they make perfect. Nursery decorations as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you're after something a little bit different as a gift for a newborn and you just want something to sit and be so pretty, especially in these colours, this could be in a boy's nursery very easily. And especially because, there we go, you've got here. Let's have a look at these different colourways that we've got. So, in this bundle here, this is the material that the dress is out of. But then you see we've given you that fabric, which makes the carrot in the pocket. But then we've given you the golden spot rather than the blue, just to make that bunny stand out a little bit better, we thought. So we revised our bundle option because we thought that would make a better option for you. So that's one, and that's $15.95. You're getting half a metre of each of the fabric. Half a metre of your Tilda, half a metre of your plain, half a metre of your spot for that. Now the other one, love these colourways. Now, it might not be a colourway that you would have put together yourself, but we've been led by Tilda Fabrics. So we've gone, okay, you've got this gorgeous teal in the background, but this lovely sort of apricot-y pink? It is sort of, isn't it? Peachy pink. You've got that colour, so we've given you that as your spot and then picked up a slightly deeper shade of that teal, and it works. It's going to be lovely. But it also means that you can have your bunny in any of the colours and then you can accessorise, all from the book. So $15.95 gets you half a metre of your Tilda, half a metre of your spot, half a metre of your solid. It might be that you want to make a bag and have that as your lining and that as your pocket. It's entirely up to you. We've got bags coming up later. But MGGC48, it might just be that you absolutely adore the colourways and need them in your life. That's absolutely fine. We are not going to check that you've made a bunny.
No.
Oh, great quality for your patchwork as well. That could be a nice patchwork blanket, couldn't it?
It could.
Yeah. What are you going to make with yours? Just being nosy, but I'd like to know. What are you going to make with yours? Are you going to do something out of your Crafty with Tilda's Friends? So that's $7.95 for that book. And, of course, all of the makes would look gorgeous in there. I'm going to have to look at the frog again. The patterns are included in the book. Oh, Sheila, here we go. Sheila, yes. Are you all right there, sir? You're just sewing around the outside.
If
there's anything that I need to know, then just shout.
No, it's all fairly... It's
just sewing around the outside. Okay.
Yes.
So all the patterns are in the back. So you've got your cat, you've got your dragonfly, this is your snail body, and then your snail shell. So you can see the colours coordinate, and it's so you know which one to go. Take them out, photocopy them out, trace them out. These are your dragonfly wings. This is a big carrot. And then you add your seam allowance. Then you've got your bumblebee. We made one of those, actually, didn't we? This is your frog. He's quite a sizable frog, actually, isn't he? I do like the frog, but then look at the arms and the legs. Oh, they're just brilliant. Half of the book has gone already. I'm not surprised. Look at what you can be making. So do check out your baskets. Whether you're just, making a cat wreath, casual cat wreath, cat clutching a bird. Well, you don't have to have the cat on a wreath, but she shows you how to mount them. You could have a mounted cat or a cat in a pot. Or you could just have a cat hanging. Or you could fill it with catnip and has it a cat toy. Or you could fill it with lavender and put it in your sock drawer.
Yes. If it was full of catnip, it wouldn't last long with my cat.
No, my cats go crazy. I'm going to keep this open on the frog. Can we make the frog on one of the shows? I really like the frog. Oh, okay. I've got to put it on the rabbit page. There we go. Is that going to stay? Might not stay open. Right, let's shut it and put it there. Right, where are we?
Sewn the front body to the back body.
Okay.
At this point, you'd need to clip seam allowance, the internal corners.
This is the vital bit, isn't it? This is how you get that finish.
Yes.
To make it look good. Get a really good pair of scissors for this.
You do really need a good pair of scissors. And then snip. Careful, at this point I'm just cutting through the back body piece, not the front body piece, because there's a seam there. And then I'll snip either side, just so it turns nicely and it doesn't all bunch up.
So how long does this take then, do you reckon, start to finish? Because we've got about 11 minutes. Right,
I will race through, I will pop... You could make pretty good headway in an afternoon, I would think.
You've made pretty good headway just this hour, to be fair.
I have. I want to...
Oh, so you put the arms in after.
And it does say this in the book, there's, you know, a diagram, but I've left a gap, a space here for the arm.
Ah.
And then you pop the arms in.
I thought you were going to have to hand stitch, but now you can just sew, can't you? You can machine sew.
You could. I mean, if you wanted to to hand sew them in, absolutely you could. I'm just going to pin it at the bottom and then...
So that's why you left that 15mm or about half an inch unstuffed?
Yes, it just makes it easier to manipulate into position.
But that's the sort of thing that you can tell us, because you've been making toys for over a decade.
Yes, and...
These are the little things that you just find out.
Chunky seams with stuffing in, it does make it difficult to keep control of them. So I'll just sew this arm in quickly.
One arm at a time?
I do one arm at a time, just so I don't catch my fingers on the pins on the other side.
Handy hints, no pun intended, from Jo.
Because I am quite clumsy, and that's one of the reasons I don't use pins very often, because otherwise my hands would be in shreds.
Oh,
I'm quite clumsy.
But do you know what? Reassuring to know that clumsy people can say beautiful things and intricate things.
Yes, there's hope for all clumsy people.
Yeah, but sometimes, if you class yourself as clumsy, you think, I can't do that because it's just not going to be possible. But if you think you're clumsy, but you make all these beautiful, intricate things, firstly, I wouldn't class you as clumsy. And secondly, they're beautiful.
I can see a door frame and aim for it, but I can still catch it on one side as I walk through. But no, when it comes to sewing, maybe that's the thing.
Is that the thing?
All the concentration from sewing goes out of the window when I'm actually walking.
Do you remember that episode of Frasier when he's learning to ride a bike?
Oh,
all he does is he's aiming to miss the lamppost and he just goes straight into that. Are you a bit like that?
Yes,
yeah.
A touch. I love that episode. He keeps hitting the mailbox and...
That's the one. So if you are after the book, it's $7.95. We have sold more than half of the stock of this, so if it's in your basket, please check it out, and you can be crafting with Tilda's friends. And if, of course, you want the bundles of fabric, perfect for the makes within the book, but, of course, absolutely make what you want. I mean, if this is just a stash buster and a booster, then go for it. You're getting 1.5 meters of fabric for just $15.95. Half a metre of that is Tilda. So BJGC27 for your Tilda Cherry Blossom. That's for the blue and the gold. Of course, head to the website to get your other options of your Tilda fabrics there. There we go. This is the bundle that we've been working from, but we've swapped the blue spot out for the gold because we just thought it worked a little bit better. And if you want the teal option, then check out the website, or we'll give you the details for that in just one moment.
Right, I'm not going to do all the clipping because it will just take time, but I'll turn it the right way out.
Can I just say, what amazing teamwork here this morning? Because obviously, poor old cameraman Tim's not feeling very well, so everybody's sort of jumping on cameras and doing this and doing that to bring you the bunny. That's how it goes. Everybody just chips in, don't they, and does what they need to do.
It's a good team, you know.
Yeah, it's a great team.
Right, that's...
Oh, so the feet are starting to come out. OK, what is the best tip here for turning out?
Take your time, do it carefully. You don't want to rip any of the stitching.
I get a little bit overexcited. Oh, producer Hannah, could we possibly have the details for this? Because I teased and forgot that you were... No, that's all right.
So there we have...
Here, and there is a head.
There is a head.
There's the head.
There's a head and the face. So we'd stuff the bunny then. Let's just poke his foot out a
I
little.
love the shape of the bunny. Oh, there you go. There's your teal option there. $15.95 for your teal option. Really lovely collection of colours there. All working beautifully. All the colour matching done for you. Tonally works an absolute treat. $15.95. Make your bunnies, make your frogs, make everything that's in the book, or make bags or whatever. This is perfect for your crafting. So $15.95, MGGC 48 gets you that.
So once we have the bunny like this, we'd stuff and then add the ears. And you give the ears a press and then just do a line of running stitch across and gather it up just to get that pinch in the middle.
And that gives you the bunny bow.
And then stitch it to the head at the back seam there, the centre back, and then the ears will fall nicely either side of the face. And
that's why you would iron those ears?
Yes, just to give them a nice, neat finish. Like this.
We've had a question about what the solid colour is in this. It is spearmint, so that's in your Makawa. That will be under our solid spectrum range. We have a whole page of over 60 solids. And papaya, it's very yummy, isn't it? Papaya is your spot. So spearmint, papaya, cherry blossom teal. It's a delicious show.
It is.
Isn't
Making
it?
me quite hungry now.
Awesome. I'm really hungry. Right, OK.
I'm going to move on to the tunic.
Yes.
The dress. Only because this is the technique I think of as being the Tilda method of doing things.
OK.
Without a seam allowance, I cut the pattern piece out.
Yes.
Direct, exactly as it was shown in the back. So that's the pattern piece. And now I'm going to sew, leaving the neck opening, which I've made slightly wider, just so it definitely can get over the head.
OK.
Sew along there, and then sew the bottom of the sleeves and down the sides.
Well, how do you hem? Do you hem it?
You hem with tape. Actually, it's brilliant. I've never particularly used it before, and actually it's perfect for something like this.
Oh.
There is...
Now, the one that we've got on the show for you is...
It's a bit undignified, sorry.
Hang on.
Lifting a dress up, it's not...
Just lift a dress up. Let's do it from a more discreet angle. Keep her dignity. Woo! So we've got on the show... Here we go. This is your Hemline Instabond double-sided tape. Oh, well, that's perfect. That saves any fussy anything, doesn't it?
It does.
Oh, that's great. $1.95. Pop it in your basket. You need that in your life. Instabond tape. TDGQ03. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's amazing.
And it gives a really neat finish, and it's nice and quick.
Can I use it on bigger projects? Can I use it on my trousers when the hem comes down?
That's exactly what I have planned, because I have to take trousers up quite a lot because I'm short of leg. So yes, that
short of leg. That sounded very Shakespearean. I am short of leg.
I am short of quite a lot of leg. So I always have to take trousers up.
We're also running short of time. Where does the time go? So is that it basically? You just and then what? Just cut it out.
Cut it out with pinking shears.
Oh, excellent. Grab your pinking shears. I think they're about $13.95 or $14.95, but they are on the website. They are on a later show, so we'll get you the details for the pinking shears. Basically, it's just going to stop it fraying, and that's great.
And then we want to add, because I've used the pattern piece as it appeared.
Yeah.
We want to add a seam allowance. Quite a generous one there.
Yeah, no, go
But
for
the neck seam and the cuffs and things are all done with this
with
Instabond tape.
That Instabond is fab, isn't it?
It is. Once you've turned it out the right way, fold these back, give them a press, and just add the tape underneath there, and you have perfectly finished edges.
That's so clever.
And it's really strong stuff. It holds them in place. So you have...
OK, get your Instabond in your life. $1.95, details down the bottom there. This is a revelation for me. I'm liking that. TDGQ03 for your Hemline Instabond double-sided tape. 4.5 metres. That's a lot of Tilda toys.
It is.
I'd
really be surprised it will all get used.
Yeah.
It's so handy.
Gosh. Well over half the book is gone. If you need this book in your life, who doesn't, quite frankly? It's got all of the patterns in there. Let me just show you all the patterns, all of the beautiful things that you can make. Whether you're making for yourself, whether you're making for craft fairs, whether you're making for friends, whether... do you know what? They're just gorgeous. Grab it and play and have fun. All the patterns are in there. We've shown you how to make one so that you are all set up and ready to go. So hopefully that's going to give you lots of confidence. Which is the favourite spot combination? The yellow spot combination is favourite at the moment, but it's $15.95. You're getting a 3.5 metre. There we go. Makawa, spot on. Makawa Spectrum Solid. And then you've got your beautiful 1/2 metre there of gorgeous Tilda. So that's one option there for you. $15.95 down there. Let me give you the other one here, which again is $15.95. This is your teal version. So you've got your spearmint, your papaya, and your beautiful Tilda there in your teal. Details down the bottom there. MGGC 48, or just give our free phone number a call, 0800 112 4433. Hello, hat.
Have I got time to show the hat very quickly?
No.
No, okay. Well,
it's in the book. It's all in the book.
And the goose is wearing the same hat, and I'll do that later then.
Okay, Goose Face is coming up at 10 o'clock. So we've done arms. We've covered arms and ears with the bunny.
Yes.
Here we. Oh, so yeah, we've done body. We've done ears. It's all coming together, a treat. So all those tricky stages covered. We've started to do the dress, and we've dealt with the hem issue. That's sorted, solved, done. Grab the book, $7.95, ODGQ 42. We'll be back in an hour.
We will.
Grab your bundles. I'm going to hand over now, something I've never done before, to the very lovely Amy. See you in an hour's time.
Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love. Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order, or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com. At the Sewing Quarter, we want to bring our viewers the best and most exciting opportunities to learn and expand your knowledge. To help do this, we will be bringing in some of the leading industry experts in sewing and quilting to help guide our viewers along the way. Such as Jennifer Taylor, Samantha Claridge, Lucy Brennan, Jo Carter, Angela Attwood, Karen Lewis, Rebecca Reed, and finally Jenny Fox Proverbs, who is the senior editor of Today's Quilter and Love Patchwork and Quilting magazines. Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing, as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter!
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter at Sewing Quarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
So, good morning and welcome to Sewing Quarter. Lovely to have you here with us this morning. Now, if you didn't tune in yesterday, you might be wondering who I am. So, my name's Amy Burrows and I'm a new presenter here on the show. So, today's only day 2 for me here at Sewing Quarter and I'm loving it already. So, today I'm joined in this show by Angela Attwood and we're looking at some really lovely storage solutions from a Debbie Shaw book. So, I'll show you that to begin with. This is the book. So we'll go into some more depth in a second, but this is from the Love to Sew range from Debbie Shaw, and we love all of her books. They're always really popular on the show. This was her 10th one, and we're actually making a bag from this today. So that's what you can see on screen there. So that's a cutting mat carry bag that Angela's making. Lots of different lovely pockets there and storage options for all your tools and rotary cutters and scissors. And this is the bag itself, which I'll show you. Really lovely, really gorgeous. So made by Angela, lovely fabrics. You can fit all your cutting mats in there. They've got your corners off, so the corners of your mat can just sit really easily in there. And lovely pockets, which has got really lovely detail inside here. Angela's going to go over into all of that in a second, but I think this fabric's absolutely perfect for this project. Really bright and colourful, and we've also got some quilting going on here as well. So it's really soft, and it's got that little bit of extra insulation and comfort to it, really. I'll show you the fabrics now. So we'll start with the tulips, which is Joel Dewberry. So I'll show you that one to begin with. Let's have a look. I like this one. It reminds me of so you've got your tulips there all going through, and then you've got mustards, pinks, sort of a bit of a darker magenta, which is really lovely, and then your greys as well. It's almost a geometric floral, I'd call that. Really nice, 100% cotton. So Joel Dewberry, tulip in poppy from the Flora range. And then the next one we've got is this one, which is the herringbone. So again, we've got these lovely sort of almost geometric rectangles there, all lined up with your white and cream and your pink. Great for the summer, really, really lovely. Again, 100% cotton. So $6.95. All of these fabrics on today's show we're selling by the half metre. So here at Sewing Quarter we cut fabrics to measure. So if you wanted 3 units of fabric, then that would be 1.5 metres. So 1 unit is half a metre, and that will be delivered to you in a really lovely Sewing Quarter box with some tissue paper, and it's really, really nice. So the next of the Joel Dewberries is this one, which is the trellis. So this actually, to me, looks a little bit like, they're kind of like 4-leaf clovers, but all spiralling out, like, or maybe like the tiles that you get in old Victorian houses. So you've got your greys, your creams, your pinks, the tones tying in really well with that collection there in the Flora range. Really beautiful, nice and soft as well. And just sneaking in here, you can see the next fabric. So this one is sort of a mustardy colour. This is from Macawa. So this is got a sort of crosshatch there, and it works really well as a blender in your patchwork. So the colours are tying in really beautifully with your pinks. And rather than going just for a completely plain solid, you have a little bit of detail still there that brings in a bit of texture. So blending in there with all your other materials. So that's $4.95 per half metre, the mustard from Macawa. And then your last one, finally, before we go over to Angela, is the Macawa Solid. So again, another one to blend in. We're using it today on the handles on the carry mat bag. So this one here, a really sort of solid uniform colour, a rich red. It looks a little bit pink on screen. Actually, it's definitely red. It's like a poppy red. Really lovely. $3.25 per half metre for that bright red Macawa Solid. So I'm going to take the bag and the book over to Angela, and we'll see what we're doing today. So, hello.
Hi, morning,
Hi,
Amy.
Angela. Let's
Welcome
pop all
aboard.
the bits and pieces down. Hello. How are you?
I'm very well. Are you?
Good. Yes,
Good.
very well. Thank
Good.
you. So, what are we doing today?
This lovely carry mat case. I found this really, when I was looking through the book, looking to decide which project I might do, this really appealed to me because I teach workshops. my ladies all come with all their kit.
And you know that they need a bag for all their bits and pieces.
And the mat and rulers can be, you know, quite sort of...
Well, they're quite an awkward shape, aren't they, really, to
yeah.
put into a normal bag. And if you've got your big corners sticking out. And so this was the... so this is in the book, the Debbie Shaw book, the cutting mat carry case. So this is the one that we're looking at today and that Angela's going to be making. So you can see there, using that Joel Dewberry fabric, ours is actually a slightly different colours. So we've got the pinks. Which is really, so we're really making exactly what's on the page there today, with a couple of our own extra additions. So you've got great instructions, all of your method, your materials, your tools, step-by-step guide of everything you need to make the cutting mat carrier. So this one jumped out to you, didn't it, Angela?
Yes, absolutely. And the beauty of it is, I think, once you've you can scale it up or down to any size that you know. If you've got a bigger mat, you could make it larger.
It bigger. So depending on what tools or equipment you use and you take to classes, you can customise it and make it work for you. Yeah. So well, let's get going. We'll have a look at the book again in a little while.
This one covers a mat about 45 by 30 centimetres. The mat, and again, sort of we can look later at the, you know, you can make the pockets different depths or whatever. So the book tells you to cut some large rectangles to begin with. I think these are around 21 by 16 inches for this particular size. And you need to choose your outside and your inside fabric. I love that.
So
one
we've got
for the lining.
The trellis one there on the lining, and then the tulips on the outside.
As the book inspired by the book.
It's like a little surprise when you open it, isn't it? It's
absolutely.
Not just a bag, we've got a surprise.
So we get our rectangulars cut, and the book actually speaks about using fusible wadding.
Okay.
So there's no problem with that. You can use fusible wadding if you have it.
So that's iron that you would.
So it would have an adhesive, heat-affected adhesive on one side of the wadding that's applied with heat.
But we're using something else, aren't we?
Yes, I've just used normal wadding, polyester wadding. So either a craft wadding or a quilting wadding. Just there. Yep.
This one.
That's right.
That's the one.
Yeah.
So this is your polyester wadding. So you get a whole metre of this in there. Lots of it. More than I'm sure you would use. This is more than enough for the bag, isn't it? And you sort of have some left over as well.
Absolutely.
So if this isn't fusible, how are we using this today?
Okay, so then I chose to use normal wadding, and you could hand baste it in place, but to save time, basting sprays are becoming really popular these days. They've improved so they don't gunk up your machine and cause issues. So then I just use, we sell two different types here, a repositional one and a more permanent one. I've used the 404 repositional basting spray just to hold it in position. And then I chose to just put a few rows of quilting just to keep that in position. And I like the
it's just a bit of detail, isn't it?
Detail in the quiltage.
Extra bit
so the book doesn't talk about quilting this because it uses fusible wadding, but I like to use. So
this is our. So we're selling this on the show today. This is the repositional craft adhesive, which you can just see on the side of your screens there. So $7.95 IUGQ20. Would you use this if you were making a larger quilt as well?
Yeah.
What would you use that for?
Exactly the same.
The same principle. It's just
process.
that it's
it saves you standing and hand basting a large quilt. For time. For time, it just holds everything in place until you get it under the machine to put some quilting in there to hold it in place.
Perfect.
So that's us prepared. I've just got one here because I've got one already prepared. So you would obviously have two for either side of the bag.
Yeah.
The first stage is to get that the lovely shape of the bag in the corners. So it tells us to mark 6 inches from the along the top and down the one side of the bag. So I'm just going to use a fabric pen here and just put a little mark 6 inches along there.
So if you had a bigger cutting mat, you would just use a bigger cutting rectangle.
Yes,
a rectangle.
That's it. Your initial rectangle would be larger to begin with, so that's not a problem at all.
Just very easy to sort of customise it to your needs then, really, isn't it, in that way?
Absolutely.
You haven't got to go for a cutting mat.
So I've just put some little marks there, and then I'm just going to knit these corners off to give us that shape. So I'm just aligning the 6 inch, the little marks where I've put my 6 inch.
Okay, then we come in with the rotary cutter.
Yeah, make sure I'm taking the top off as well, because it's a directional fabric.
Yes.
And not the bottom.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, of course. If you want to make sure that your flowers are growing upwards, we don't want dying flowers on our bag.
I was quite nervous of that, actually. But
yeah, I hadn't even thought of that. It hadn't crossed my mind, but no, you're absolutely right.
Double check that you're cutting the right corners off. There you go. So that's really simple. So that's your one of your outsides pretty much
panels,
finished. Yeah, panels from that point before we've added the pocket.
This is the bit I like.
Yeah,
the pocket.
The pocket. So then the instructions then tell you to cut 4 rectangles for your pocket.
Okay.
So there's an outer fabric and an inner lining. I just love mustard yellow, so it's
it just
nice
works
to get
so well together, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think as well you've got lines going between the two, the herringbone and obviously that cross hatching there on
the linear.
Yeah, on the linear,
Yeah.
but it just gives that real texture.
They work really well together. So what we're going to do here, this is quite a fun way of adding that detailing panel. We're going to put them right sides together, and now I'm just going to sew 1/4 of an inch hem on each side. So we're making like a tube.
Okay.
So I'll just do that.
So a little bit like a sleeve, sort of semi.
Yes. Yeah, like a very long sleeve.
I can show you the pocket actually on the bag here, so you'll see what we just thought this was like a binding that had been put on here. But this isn't a binding that's been added onto the pocket itself. It's actually where Angela's about to show us. It's been rolled. So if you see right down at the bottom here, I don't know if you can see it. I haven't seen this technique before. Let's see if I can. Oh, that's a bit awkward. So you can see there that herringbone is at the bottom, and then the mustard above it, and then it's reversed on the other side. So it's been rolled. It's all in one, which is what Angela's creating now with the sleeve. It's a very sort of simple technique, but effective.
Very simple.
So do they talk you through that in the book, boys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. They actually say to just roll to show 1/2 inch of the inner fabric, but I think I've got a bit more than that, because I think a little bit more punch.
You went mine, a little bit more in.
I didn't even measure it actually, visually when you just know something's balanced.
Right. Yeah. It balances well with the hands actually in terms of the the depth of that.
That's right. So I've done one side, just going to do the other.
So this is all from the Debbie Shaw book today. So lots of different sewing accessories in this book, sort of storage solutions, and we're making something else in the book as well in the next show. But there are lots of different options in there, perfect for a craft room, or if you need a bag to take to sewing classes, or maybe if you sew at a friend's house or on holiday or anywhere like that. A great way of transporting all your bits and pieces. Also, even actually for storing your cutting mat, you can hang it on the back of a door if you've got hooks or something like that.
Leave it all ready to go.
Yeah. So you can just pick it up and go. You don't necessarily have to have your mat on your desk. Okay. Maybe if you don't have a room and you need somewhere to keep things, rather than you can't always keep everything out on the desk. It's quite a good option.
Okay, so we're going to turn this right sides out in a second. What I found, it doesn't actually talk about pressing the seams in the book, but I found it quite useful to actually press these seams open.
Okay. Would you like to do
that?
So
can we give that a quick press?
Okay. Let's make some space.
Sorry about that.
We've got lots of bits and pieces today.
Yeah, I always make a mess when I come in.
That's all right.
You'll learn that. It's just chaos.
You're forgiven. Okay, let's grab this iron.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, what have we?
Oh, what have we got on there?
A bit of tape.
That's it. Did you want?
Great.
So, do lots of ladies bring lots of kits? Because you teach a lot of classes, don't you?
Yep.
Do you find that people bring lots of bits and pieces with them? They like to work with their own tools.
Yes, yeah, and it's always that when you go into a workshop as well, isn't it? It's kind of like you take everything in the kitchen sink, because if ever, you just might need
just
that colour thread or that colour.
Well, it must be nothing worse than if you get to a point you think, oh, I just needed that. I've got that at home and I haven't got it with me.
Yeah, I mean, we do have. I try to have some spares of things, like spare rulers, and obviously I take all my own equipment, so I even have, if someone's machine's not working, I've
got a spare one.
They go on my machine, so that's all good.
Cutting mats are potentially quite awkward to fit into a normal bag. Would you say?
Yeah, because they're, like you say, the larger ones obviously are quite floppy and cumbersome to carry. Some people, I know there's sort of gadgets out there that are a bit like a hanger. So you can hang them on like a skirt hanger type thing.
Oh, like with clips on it?
Yeah, with clips and things like that. There are some gadgets like that out there, but still, that's
a prettier version.
That's okay to hang it, but not necessarily for carrying it. So this bag appealed to me enormously. So I'm sure there's lots of ladies out there that go to classes.
I'm sure. So we're pressing open the seam at the moment.
Yeah.
On the pockets, and then we're creating these pockets so you could use that for your rotary cutters or for threads or anything, rulers.
For your rulers, all sorts of kit that you might take with you. We don't really use steam on air, so it's a bit tricky sometimes with patchwork that we don't ever get. So I'll just check that that's okay. Just press. It's a bit awkward because the seams are opposite each other, so I've probably got a big crease in there as well now. So then we're just going to turn this the right way in. It's just about big enough to get your hand in.
Lovely.
Okay.
Oh, I like that. Those
I know
fabrics
already.
just work so beautifully together. Very satisfying.
So now instead of just using the pocket as it would look just like that.
Yeah.
Do we want to give that a little press? Just to try and get that crease out of there. But not this bit. That's okay. It's awkward because it's so narrow. Just down the middle there. Just looks a bit ugly. Oh, we've got a bit of steam going on.
That's fun.
So, of course, you can make the pocket any depth you like. So you could make it deeper as well.
So you can have it coming higher up the bag if you wanted to.
That's right, yeah, because you've got a couple of inches on the side there. But if we just roll this now for the seam...
This was the bit, the magic bit.
Yeah. So you can roll the seam off-centre, off-parallel, if you like. And you just get a flash of that coming in, which is lovely.
I really like that. It is like instant binding.
Yeah.
In fact, you've had to go through all the effort of making binding, but without really having to do it. You can take the credit, but...
That's right. So I'm just going to check on my other one that I've made already, just for it to get a similar... Make sure we get a similar width. That's pretty close, isn't it? So now I'm just going to run a bit of top stitching just along the edge.
Okay.
I'll do a bit of top stitching there.
So you just did this by eye, didn't you?
Yeah.
As you were saying, this is just up to you how much fabric you want to show on each side.
That's right. The book says 1/2 inch, but I think that's more like 3/4 inch to an inch, really. It's quite nice. So I'll just run that through, and then we'll start applying the pocket to the the bag itself.
Pop the pocket in.
Yeah.
I'll show you the cutting mat just in the Debbie Shaw book here, so you can see. So they've used this Joel Dewberry fabric as well that we're working with today. You can see that just in this picture here. So your graphic along the bottom is the fabric from the Flora range. So we're selling that by the 1/2 metre. How much fabric would you say that we need for this, Angela?
The outside panels are 21 inch by 16, so easily out of 1/2 metre you would get both 2 panels.
Of the main panel?
Yes, of the main panel, and then obviously the same for the inside. And then the pockets, they're a bit longer because they're 25 inches, but certainly you would get them out of another 1/2 metre.
So potentially 1.5 metres?
Yeah.
Inside, outside pockets?
Yeah.
1.5 metres. So about 3 units of fabric.
Yeah. For this size, yeah.
Yes, obviously depending what size you make.
I need to make a huge one.
People see Angela walking down the street with a massive carry bag.
Yeah. Huge cutting mats. So I've done that one there. So I'm just.
Also, this would be good as a gift for somebody, wouldn't it? You know,
absolutely,
if you know somebody else that sews, or if you've got someone else in your class, maybe you go to or something, it'd be a really thoughtful present.
That's a nice idea.
Yeah.
Just putting a couple of second row along that side.
Producer Hannah's saying that her mum does. She doesn't go to classes, but she does quilting with her friend at her friend's house. So even just to carry your stuff sort of round the corner, you don't really want to. It's not quite as glamorous in a carrier bag, is it?
They can be just awkward things, like you say, tools to carry. So there, I've just put a couple of rows of stitching just to, I quite like the grey thread as well on there. So that's all ready to apply to the top of the bag, which we've got
this one here. That's it, there you are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So now the instructions tell us to mark 2 inches from the bottom. I'll use the shorter. 2 inches along the bottom, because you'll see that the pocket doesn't sit right
Completely
at the bottom. Yeah, so it sits just a little way up.
Okay.
So I'm just going to put some marks just to give me an indication.
Also, if you had something deeper that you were going to put into the pocket, so perhaps if you had bigger, I don't know if scissors are necessarily a good thing to put in the outside, but rulers and things like that, if you want a deeper pocket, you've got the option, not just, I know we spoke about the height here, but you could also go even further because of the height at the bottom.
I actually thought, you could... you could even leave gaps if you want things to just sit.
Yes,
and,
almost like a band. It doesn't necessarily have to be attached all the way across. Yeah, that's a very good point.
But no, I did design this one to fit.
Okay. Perfect.
Or a book. I know.
That's very thoughtful.
I'm very sad like that. Get excited about those things.
Just organised. We call it organised.
I am very organised, actually.
Nothing wrong with that at all. There are worse things to be in life, I can tell you.
So we've just put a couple of marks there. And I apologise to the viewers for working upside down. I hope that's OK. Now I'm just going to align one side with the bottom, that 2-inch mark. I'm going to place the bottom of my pocket in line with that.
So we're going to sit it on
and just pin it at one end. Because you'll see that the pocket's
longer.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the panels are 21 inches, the pocket was 25. Obviously then, depending on, if you didn't want so much capacity in the pockets, you could make it just the same size and just, if you wanted flat pockets.
But
you'll see
these pockets have got a bit of height, haven't they?
So you can fit your rotary cutter or whatever in, so it's got a little bit of capacity in there.
A bit of give.
Yeah. So you can...
Would you call that ease? Like in a bit of... it's just got a bit of extra space?
We've just got to put a few darts in the bottom there, yeah.
So it's a nice shape.
We pin one end, and then we've just got a few marks just to make sure that we're keeping that parallel to the other end. And then we can just move that in and frame.
So do you pin both ends first? Is that...
Yeah, we'll align both ends, just so that that's keeping everything parallel. And I'm pinning them this way on purpose, the pins, not this way, because when I come to put the pleats in the pockets, the pins this way get in the way, which I realised.
So, did you learn that by error?
Yeah. So you can see now we've got, we have to decide
where we want them.
Yeah, how we want the pockets. So the first thing I did was sort of pop my rule in the centre somewhere. We've got a couple of little marks just to make sure. It's air erasable, this pen, so I have to make sure I work quickly before the marks disappear.
It's like Cinderella. You've got to turn into a pumpkin if you don't work quickly, Angela.
Absolutely. I haven't used that pen for a while. That's just brought that back to me. So I'm just going to pop a couple of pins.
OK. Oh, we've had a message in from Anne. She's come up with a good idea. What was that? She has an idea of maybe... She does painting outside, so she could put her paintbrushes and a paintboard and watercolours and all her...
Plein air painting,
yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic, yeah. Oh, yeah,
I actually said this morning, didn't I? This would make a lovely beach bag. I know that's not what it's for.
Well, I found it very useful to bring all my products in today. Yeah. No, it does look lovely, actually. I know it's meant to carry something flat inside.
But it doesn't have to. It's got the space.
It does have the space
It's
to
got
put,
some real sort of...
And the pockets look really nice.
Space in there. Let's see. And also, if you've got, children or anything doing maybe a GCSE or A-level, if teenagers doing art and textiles classes, I always had one of those plastic A3 folders that I had to carry to school with me. But this would be a much nicer version. Do you know the ones I mean? They're like big, just plastic, like a big plastic wallet portfolio folder.
Oh, yes, yeah.
This is a much jazzier version. Make a nice present.
So actually this fabric I found worked really well because of the vertical lines. It really helps you get all your stitching nice and straight, if you've made the panel straight in the first place. So I've just popped a couple more pins in there. I'm just choosing random pockets today. Yeah, so
totally adaptable depending on where you
want them. And we leave, we don't worry about the pleats at this stage. and the bottom edge at all. All I'm going to do now is to sew these lines.
Okay.
So the actual dividing lines of your chosen pockets. We'll sew those first. Then we sew the ends on.
Yep.
And then I'm going to sew along the bottom edge. And when I come to sew the bottom edge, that's when I'll decide then where to put some pleats and things as we go. But I'm going to start off by sewing just these.
Should we just do one pocket and then I'll have a talk through the book? Let's just watch you do one so we know what we're doing. We don't want to miss any.
One of those.
So all of our pins were vertical as well with this, weren't they?
Yeah, that's just to give me... they don't stay in long, actually, the pins on here, because they're just to give me a little bit of a guide as to where I'm stitching. So I can just align the top of the pin up there.
Lovely.
I can make sure you fold the rest of the fabric out of the way, because if you've got bigger pockets, obviously you don't want anything getting trapped under there. And I'll just pop the needle down.
Okay.
Put my pins. I'm just going to do a little couple of stitches and then back stitch, just to give that the strength at the top of the pocket.
So it's got a bit more durability.
Yeah. And then I say the beauty of this fabric is I've decided to follow the line. Yes. So that's perfect.
So you can almost dictate where your pockets are depending on where the lines of that herringbone fabric, if you wanted to.
So, and even if they're in between, you've still got it as a guide, to sit your foot on. Now I'm going to leave, instead of, this machine's got a thread cutter which cuts the threads off really short. I'd leave the long tails and then pull them through to the other side to knot them off nice and securely. The thread cutters are great on a machine if the seams are going to be encapsulated in another way, but the scissor, the thread cutter on the machine only leaves about tiny 5mm or something, so obviously you can't then tie that off. You could do a back stitch and securing stitch, but it's still got the chance to come out.
So it's better to leave that there.
I think so.
So you're just going to carry on doing those pockets,
I'm going to carry on doing that.
And we'll stay here and I'll look at the book. So this is the Debbie Shaw book that we're looking at today. It's from the Love to Sew series, and it's called Sewing Room Accessories. So we can guess the sorts of things that are in there. It's a really lovely book. I'll just have a flick through so you can see. So all your different projects in here. So lots of different things. You've got your introduction. And then at the beginning, Debbie talks quite a lot about materials and equipment. Let's just see if it looks a bit bright, that's better. Different techniques, talking about other different materials that you could use and work with. And then, as I said here, going into things like creating bias strips and applying bias binding. So although they're basic, these are sorts of things, if you haven't done before, it's great to have those step-by-step instructions. And it's got step-by-step photography all throughout this book, which is making it visually really easy to see how you get from step to step. Sometimes when you just have written instructions, it can be a bit tricky to figure how you got from 1 to 2 and 2 to 3. So that's really, really lovely. And then you've got things here like how to draw the perfect heart, applique, looking at machine stitching, all different stitches there. And then we go into the projects. So these are really perfect for gifts or your workroom, or as sort of storage solutions or carrying options to take to different classes and things. So all sewing related goodies today. This one is a pumpkin pin cushion. Lots of layers in there, lovely bows. I like that a lot. There's your pin cushion. All your materials and tools listed, step-by-step guide. So a bullet point list there of your materials, your tools, and then stepping through all the way through. So a ribbon stash. That's for like a little envelope pocket for your ribbons. A sewing case. That was talking about how to cut the perfect heart at the beginning, so we've spoken all through that. So that would be perfect for all your different threads and scissors and tape measures. So you've got sort of little holders and sections within there. As you can see, here it is. You can see now. Look at that. So you've got really lovely detail. I like that. It's a bit like the sewing quarter kits that you get with your first purchase from us, but this is your own personalised version. And as we move through, so we've got machine cover and mat. So people quite often ask for patterns for these actually at Sewing Quarter. So perfect to sort of put it under your machine if it's noisy, or you could pop it over the top of your machine to keep the dust out and just make it look a little bit tidier if it's on the side. This is a tidy caddy. I love the shape of this. So lots of pockets, lots of sections for all your different threads and needles. That looks like good fun to make, actually. It's a bit like a big round cake with a handle. Really nice. Producer Hannah telling me she's hungry. And then here we get to the cutting mat carrier. So this is what we're doing today. If you've just tuned in, we're working with the Joel Dewberry fabric and making a cutting mat carrier. So perfect for those slightly awkward cutting mats. And your rulers if you're carrying them to classes, with your pockets on the front, which Angela is currently sewing for us. Then you've got a sewing circle. I'm not sure what that does. Let's have a look. Keeping your sewing room organised. So it's an extra sort of decorative pocket. So you could hang it up if maybe you have a sewing room and you've got hooks or maybe shelves that you could put. Do you have a sewing room, Angela?
I do.
You do?
Yes. I haven't always, but I do now.
You do now?
Yes.
And is it very organised? You said you were organised.
I try to, but when you're really busy, then it's really hard. It's a bit of a mess right now.
So you need a few of these. You need a sewing circle.
It is organised, but it's organised chaos.
Well, I always think with something like that, it's something where you know where everything is.
Yes.
Someone else would go in and go, well,
Yes.
this is a mess, but you know where everything's got a place, but it's just...
I could do with a nice weekend just to give it a good sort out. Yeah.
Spring clean.
Yeah.
What else have we got in here? So the next one, loads of projects actually. I think there are 15 storage solutions in here. This is a tool roll. So you've always got like a pencil case section in the middle there, and then pens, and some of our designers bring these in with them.
Yeah, I like that one actually. Yeah,
I think
it's really nice.
I think I've seen quite a few of the designers bring these in.
Yes.
And it rolls up, and so once
like a makeup roll.
It is like a makeup roll for all your toiletries and things. You can even use it for that. There's nothing, making you use it for sewing. So there it is rolled up, as you can see. So it just is really nice and neat. Nice and neat and tidy. Yeah. Again, all your step-by-step instructions. So there are 24 steps through in that one. Really thorough and clear. I think the book itself is just a really lovely gift as well. This is the one we're making in the next showing.
Yep.
So Angela and I are back on at 11 o'clock, and we're making this chair storage. I was really excited about this morning. It hangs over your the arm of your chair, and it's got a pin cushion on the top and some pockets on the side. When you see this in real life, I think you'll be as excited as I am. It's really, really lovely. The rose pin cushion on the top is absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, you can start to see a little bit more there, but we'll get to that one. You have to carry on watching. So the next one here, we've got a seam press, and then we've got what else? So there's an ironing station, and what this is it's got a pocket that you can add on to your ironing board cover if you've got a mini iron, or perhaps if you have other little accessories that you might use when you're ironing. This is a really good way of hanging extra things off your sewing board in a neat way. So like the Clover mini iron, something like that, you could just pop that in there. There it is, you can see it there. All your tools and materials listed. Debbie's husband actually takes all the photography for her books. They're really beautiful, clear pictures, nice and descriptive, like these ones here, your step-by-step guide of how you sort of got from A to B. Lovely. So, where are we up to, Angela?
It is very well.
Very well thought out.
Yes.
And perfect if you're into sewing, not only making things, but as a gift maybe for someone else. I
was just sewing along the bottom of the pockets, but I've stopped at the last two just so that we show the viewers if you had got the capacity.
Okay. Was there a seam? Did we miss anything? Was there a seam? What was the seam allowance?
The book doesn't talk about a seam allowance. I've just gone with 1/4 of an inch on the edges. Obviously, if you're just top stitching along the bottom or anywhere, that's kind of visually up to you where you want to do top stitching. So I've just captured it in the bottom. So here we've got quite a lot of capacity now in this area here. So I'm just choosing. You could put a pleat. You could put a central pleat. I'm choosing to sort of space the pleats out. So I'm just going to manipulate between your fingers. I've just put a pleat that side and one this side just to keep it nice and central. Yeah. And you can see between the stitch lines as well, so that you can keep that. So to create the pleat, you just sort of folded it over. Just folded it, yes, into literally a little pleat. And we're just going across there. Before you get too close to the next one, give yourself room to again manipulate the next one into position. Yeah. This one, obviously, you don't want it too close to your outer seam. So we can just pop something like
It's
that.
just gives a much more definitive sort of shape and
Yeah.
structure to the pocket, doesn't it? Rather than it just being flat,
Yeah.
all of a sudden you've got, it's a bit more 3D in...
That capacity, I did actually fit the can of spray in
Yes.
one of them.
I think it was this one.
Yeah, so yeah, it's really...
Fits really well.
Yeah.
It's just...
gives you that...
oh, that's the cutting mat one. It was further along here.
Gives you the option to be able to
squeeze things
to store
in.
lots of different things in.
It does go, I promise. Like that. So we've just had a question about the spray. What was that? So, Julie's asked, is it compatible with sewing machines? So would it break anything or damage the needle?
No, that's. I think they've improved greatly over recent years. These sprays, they're designed not to clog up your machines and get in the way of needles and things. So
it's perfectly safe to use with the sewing machine.
Yes.
It's not going to leave sort of residue on your needle or anything like that.
No, that's right.
So this is the spray that we're talking about, the repositionable craft glue. So we've used it today. It's like repositional basing spray. We used it today with the wadding, didn't we, on the bag to create that extra sort of comfort in your bag. And you can use it for quilting as well, which we spoke about earlier.
Yes, absolutely. So I've got a lot of tails there that I would...
the long ones?
Yes, the
long
tails that I would pull through to the other side. Obviously, I won't spend time doing that right now. And tie them off nice and securely, because pockets take a bit of abuse, don't they? So you want it to be nice and strong. And again at the top. So there we go. That's
Lovely.
all sort of... that wasn't too difficult.
No, not at all. Not at all.
So that's all ready to go.
Okay.
So now on this side, you would do exactly the same process twice because it's both sides of the bag. So now we're going to apply the lining and the handles. The bag talks about webbing handles, but I decided to make some out of fabric.
So really nice lining there. So, but we do get to that.
We're going to put the lining on just now.
Okay.
First of all, before we do that, I'm just going to put in position the handles. I've decided to cut. These are just. It's a 1-inch handle. So to make that, I've cut a strip which is 4 inches wide.
Okay. So we're creating a 1-inch handle.
Just the same way as bias binding, but much wider. So then I pressed it in half to give me a central line, and then folded the raw edges in to the central line again, just like bias, and then folded that again. In fact, in those ones, I was a bit plush, and I put a little strip of wadding in there as well to give your hands.
Well, it's nice on your shoulder.
Particularly
if you put a lot in the bag, it just makes it slightly more comfortable, doesn't it?
So yeah, you can do that. So that's nice. And then I've just top stitched either side just to make sure that that's.
And this was your Spectrum Solid in red. So this is from Macawa, 325 per half metre. That's along the bottom of your screens at the moment. So you've cut this on the straight.
Yes,
sort of straight.
Yeah,
make the bias.
No bias required. And then I'm just going to put a little. Again, you can position the handles wherever you like. I'm going to just make a mark about 1 inch in, and I'll use this as my centre point.
Okay. Does it talk about the length of the handle, or I guess again that's something that you can?
It does talk. I think this is about. Off the top of my head, maybe 16 inches. Yeah, I was going to say it's roughly about the same as the panel.
Yeah.
I think it's about 16 inches, but you could make it, like, say, if you wanted it to be a shoulder one, you could make it a bit longer.
If you're putting something taller in the bag, then you could give yourself a bit more height.
Height, absolutely, yeah. So I'm just going to position this. There's my mark there, and I use that as a centre point reference for the handle. And I'm just going to baste these in place.
Okay.
I'm not even going to pin them. I'm just going to take them to the machine. And they can overlap because this is going to be on the inside. And again, there's the halfway mark. I shall just position it there when I get there.
Okay.
And the handle is facing down because we're going to stitch across there with the lining, and then this will flip back.
Ah, right. So we want to make sure that when we lay it down, it's
not twisted.
It's not twisted.
You haven't got a double twist.
You need to double check that you've laid that flat.
So lay that flat. So I'll just baste that on there.
Great.
On there. Just
it's a really great price for the book, actually. So it's $6.95. So you've got 15 different projects in there, as well as going through different techniques and how to do things in a lot more detail. So, like we looked at the beginning, talking about applique and how to make a perfect heart, and different details that you can add to the projects, as well as the projects themselves. So this is the Sewing Room Accessories book. MTSP62, £6.95. That's really popular. A couple of you are actually multi-buying, so maybe one for you, one for a friend, if you're all into sewing. Oh, Sally's messaged in. What's Sally saying?
Great value, isn't it?
Oh, she's just it's a great programme manager, and Amy.
Aww.
Oh, thank you.
Nice.
Love this project. They're going to give it a go. Great, that's what we want to hear. That's brilliant. Send us a picture when you've done it. We'd love to see it.
Okay, so they're basted on there now. And now we're going to apply our lining.
Okay.
I love this fabric.
This is the trellis fabric. It's nice,
gorgeous.
isn't it?
As you can see, if I just move this out of the way, I've already done exactly the same process to this as we did to the outer panel. Marks it 6 inches from the top and down the edge and cut the corners so that that's the same shape.
Okay.
And so we're going to apply this right sides together.
Oh.
Now, with the instructions in the book, sometimes, you know, when you're following a pattern and you think, surely that's, you know, how is that going to work? This next stage...
This was going on
Yeah, this next stage is a bit strange. We're used to sort of putting it this way round and turning it round, but it's where we sew. So we're only going to sew the top 3 sides, and in that meaning, from the corner.
Yeah.
So we're going to pin this in place and we're going to sew along there, trap the handles in, and then back down to there.
So just this top...
Just the top section
here
is where we're going to join the lining to begin with.
So this is the technique that they sort of taught you about in the book?
Yeah. So
that you raise your eyebrows out a bit and then go, oh, it does work.
Yeah, how does that work? Yeah, so we can... I'm just going to pop some pins in here, and bear with me because I shall be changing my foot to my walking foot.
So what are we changing to a walking foot on?
Because of the thickness and how many layers we have now, and the
just
wadding,
pulling through in so it's even, nice and even.
I would have really have changed it soon. You know, even just putting those handles on or the pocket on. I would have changed it sooner, naturally. So, but I'm definitely going to change it for this next section going around here.
Okay, just to be on the safe side.
Yeah, the walking foot just really aids with all these layers.
So someone's asked to see the sewing machine cover in the book. Let's have a look.
Oh, okay.
So
there's some great projects in there.
There are. I really like the tool roll that we spoke about. Where is it? Oh, the sewing machine cover. Here it is. I'll show you this one here. So this is sort of a bit of a boxy machine cover. Maybe if you've got perhaps a slightly bigger machine, it's giving that really tidy, neat finish. I don't know whether there's more on this page. Do you think you could adapt this and make one for an overlocker as well?
Yes, yeah.
Same sort of principle.
Same principle, yeah. Overlockers
so you've got your handle just popping out the top. Sorry, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say overlockers never come with a good cover either. They're either no cover at all or that plastic stuff that tears. So
to make your own
really
one
good. Yeah.
So you've got little pockets on there on your sewing machine. That's almost like quilting, like patchwork on the cover there. And there was another sewing machine cover, but I think that was. Let me just flick through. There are 2 different ones in this book. So machine cover. Rebecca's asked us. She's got a new machine, so it's a new baby. It needs to be looked after.
Absolutely.
Machine cover, and this one has a mat as well. So perhaps if you're working on a slippery surface, slippery table. Let's see. Also, some people find, you know, if a sewing machine's quite loud, maybe if you're sewing late at night, or if you're in the lounge and someone wants to watch TV and they say, please keep it down, you know, the mat might help to dull the sound a bit because it's stopping that vibration as much on the table.
That's right.
That would be a good option. I like that one. Really lovely. So if you want to see anything in the book, we can flick through it. But we're making as well the arm cover, aren't we, as well?
We are, yeah.
One of the other 15 projects in there.
Another project I got quite excited about.
It's the rose pincushion that's lovely. It's just really layered. So we'll get to that. Sharon's messaging as well. Hello, Sharon. Thanks for your message. I'm really enjoying the show. That's good to hear.
That's good. So you can see the walking foot's now really aiding because we're sewing through quite a number of layers, and we've got the wadding there.
Could you do this without a walking foot?
Parts of the process you could. If you don't have a walking foot, you know, you can just try and lengthen the length of your stitch, which we do anyway, to try and move the fabric along. But personally, I'd recommend it's a great...
investment.
They are an expensive foot, but they are such a fabulous investment. not just for quilting, anywhere where you have more than 2 layers of fabric, so 3 and above, it just really helps keep everything
bit of a stable investment that you just
absolutely
sort of worth having.
People can be horrified because they're about 3 times the price of a regular foot.
Are they?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realise that.
Yeah, they're about 3 times the cost of a regular foot for a machine.
But once you've got one, it's just an investment, isn't it?
And as I say, you can use it in lots of different scenarios.
You might as well not even realise that it's holding you back from doing projects. You know, you might be saying no to projects or flicking through a book and thinking, oh, I can't really do that, without realising that that's the thing that stops you from doing it.
Even trickier fabrics, you know, fleece, or a few weeks ago I did a snuggle quilt with the really soft sort of fur fabrics. Absolutely no problem stitching through the fabric. You know,
straight through all the layers.
Velvets can, you know, in dressmaking, velvets are tricky. Leather, it helps with all those.
A denim, maybe like a
layers of denim. So I'm just going around the outside of that to the end. There.
Great. Oh, Carol's messaging. She says she loves the book.
Oh, does she have it?
She is.
Or is she loving it?
Thinking of making the bag for her friend.
Ah.
Oh, so they do a swap of projects. So they both do sewing and then they swap things and swap projects. So one makes a project for them and then one for themselves and then they swap round. Oh, that's a nice idea.
Yeah. So there we're at this strange stage now where we've got our lining sort of attached there, but we're only sort of half attached, if you like. I'm going to get the other half.
Before you did that, I couldn't see why we were stitching it right sides together on the top.
Okay.
Because I thought you were going to... in my head, it would be logical to have attached it. Yeah, I understand now.
Yeah. Well, it's, as I say, it's quite normal, but we'd go all the way around and leave a gap somewhere to turn it out. So this is quite an unusual technique. So now we've got our other side that I've already prepared one. And we're going to put together the 2 pocket sides now. So this is a little bit keeping this out of the way.
Okay.
We're now going to sew together the bottom half of the bag, if you like. Good to try and match up your pockets.
So we're lining up edges.
So that's where I'd go first, really. First pin, try and match that, or wonder clip. We haven't... These are great.
They're just so... Well, they're so visually easy to see as well, aren't they, compared to a pin?
Pins.
They're... And if you drop a pin on the floor, particularly if it hasn't got a glass head on it, you know, it's really tricky to find. A wonder clip, that's never going to happen. No. It's quite easy to...
There's good times to use, you know, either, really, like you say.
So this is how they come to you. You can see that on your screen there. So you get 10 in a pack of wonder clips, and they're really easy. They're great as well because you can slide them down the material as you're putting putting the material, particularly if you've got lots of thick layers. So we're using quilted layers here. If you're putting those through the machine, you can slide it down as you work the material sort of through the needle. So the Clover wonder clips, VKGQ56, and that's a pack of 10 at $7.95. Always really popular.
Just looking at the time now. I'm going to try and... I need to get a move on.
No, you're okay. You're okay. You've got time.
So now I'm going to sew around the bottom edge completely.
Yes.
And then I shall come back, readjust everything and sew the lining together, leaving a gap in the lining.
Ah, so rather than in the bottom of the whole thing, where the gap is in the lining.
Just in the lining to pull it through. So I'll try and whiz round this now. Quickly and quietly. That's not going to happen quietly.
See the wonder clips, the wonder clips sliding down.
Okay.
Let's just start you on that, and then I'll have a little look at the fabrics.
So we're going to start off from where we stopped sewing the lining together, and now I shall just come in probably a little bit inside 1/4 of an inch, just to make sure I'm capturing anything that's basted.
Okay. And those edges of the pockets obviously are on this seam as well.
That's right. So just need to get those. So this, you get sort of frayed edges and a bit of wadding in the way of the foot. So just take your time. As you say, you can move the clip down.
Yeah, you can slide it. You don't necessarily have to keep pulling everyone out as you would with a pin, obviously for fear of going over it. With the clips, you can just slide them. Also, as well, because they have a flat side, if you're ironing, you can keep the material flat, so they're not curved on both sides.
No, that's right. I've just got a bit of wadding caught around the walking foot. thought there's something stopping me moving forward.
So we're just going around the outside. If I go and have a look at the fabrics,
Yes.
When we come back, we can just check where we're up to. So
Okay.
this is the bag that we're making today. So lots of lovely pockets there on the front that you can see, and all the fabrics, so the Joel Dewberry, and also looking at some different solids and a linear fabric that I'll just show you now, and you can have a look. So this is the Joel Dewberry tulip, this one here. So this is the one that's actually in Mandy's book. This is the one that she's got pictured, photographed for her bag. So this is slightly different colour selection in this one. But you've got mustards and really sort of, this is almost a corally pink, and then a slightly darker magenta purple, and your grey. So you could use that for the main body of the bag. I think we said probably about a metre. It was 1.5 metres in total for the whole bag, so depending if you use a different material for the lining. So in 1/2 metre increments, the cut-to-measure fabric. So depending which selection you decide to put together. Obviously, the great thing about these 3 Joel Dewberries, they're all from the same collection. So the colours have all been sort of matched really beautifully, and the hard work's done for you in that sense. You haven't got to match things up. Then we've got the next one is the herringbone. Really soft. I like this one. I really, really like this one. So we were using this for the pockets, but nothing to stop you using it for the outside of the bag or the lining. CXRW17, so £6.95 per 1/2 metre of that one. Lovely, all your rectangles matching up there. And as Angela was saying, this was perfect because it had the lines on it. When we were sewing the pockets, it sort of acted as a guide as we were popping it through the machine and sewing our pockets into place. And then the next one we've got, another Joel Dewberry. This one is the trellis fabric. Again, lovely pinks, corally pinks, and your greys coming through. We said this was a little bit like a floor tile, like a Victorian sort of floor tile with the shapes. Lots of angles, but also some curves coming in, which are really nice. I like that a lot. So RSRW97, that's the trellis in poppy, so £6.95 again per 1/2 metre. I like the grey just popping out there as well. It picks that out the same. That matches the grey that you see just in the fabric above in the tulip one, so you can see both of those there. So they just work really well in a project together. Then on the pocket, as you saw, we did the little trick with rolling it through, so you have the lining of the pocket in a different material, but it created almost a binding strip on the top. And for that, we used this mustardy fabric from Macawa. So this has got sort of a crosshatch detailing on there, which is creating texture and detail, always really popular when this one's on the show. It's popular for patchwork as well, because it's slightly more interesting than just having a plain or a solid. So VAMY70 is your number for that, and that's £4.95 per 1/2 metre of the Macawa in mustard. Really lovely quality soft cottons, all 100% cotton, all of these fabrics we've got on today's show, and just really nice and easy to work with, and you know what you're getting. And the last one that we used for the handles is a Macawa solid. So this is a lovely bright poppy red. Let's have a look at this one here. So you can see that one there. Again, 100% cotton, a really uniform colour, nice and rich. It's a royal red. It's actually redder than it looks there on screen. It looks a little bit pink, but it's definitely a solid red. £3.25 per 1/2 metre, QBMY24. Yes, a postbox red, that's how I describe it. It's really, really gorgeous. So all of those fabrics today, cut to measure. If you want, depending how much you need for the bag, we said we probably need 1.5 metres, depending what combination of fabrics you use. So if you decided to do the lining the same as the outside, it would be slightly different quantities, but you can mix and match those depending on how you want to create it. So back to Angela. We're using the book, cutting that carrier bag. Where are we up to?
I'm trying to remember to leave a gap. That's where I'm at. I think I'm going to just break there. I went all the way around the bottom, just flipped that top half out of the way, line up the bottom lining panels, which I can show more when it comes out of the machine. So we're just sewing now around the bottom, but remembering to leave about a 6-inch gap.
Where is a 6-inch gap here
in the bottom.
to turn through?
Yeah, because it's quite a big quite a lot of wadding and fabric to
Got to
pull through there.
squeeze it through.
Yes, yeah.
Tease it through gently.
I'm always really mean with gaps and then regret
the only,
it.
the only person you're punching is yourself. Because you can always stitch it back up.
I know, terrible.
Just set yourself a bit of a challenge. I will get this through
I'm
this
just
tiny little gap.
stitching maniac. I just like to sew everything up. So we're almost there now. I'll just say as well that the instructions talk about that you could put a magnetic clasp.
Yes.
At the top part,
Yes.
which obviously I haven't done, or a button or some ties. So if you did want any mechanism like that, that's perfectly fine.
You could just add this in here for a bit of extra security, if the bag popped open, or if you had other things that were in there that were all loose, maybe if you wanted to just add a button.
I thought you might have longer things sticking out the top, so I didn't think it was necessary.
That could potentially stop it from closing all the way.
So we sewed around the bottom there with this sort of area up like that. Then we folded that back on both sides.
Okay.
And then just pinned the lining together, leaving a gap. And now hopefully we should be able to get it through my mean gap in my stitching.
No, we left a bit of a bigger gap.
It always
6
feels,
inches, you said,
always
didn't
feels
you?
so aggressive, doesn't it? Wrenching something through.
It feels that you're doing something wrong, but you're making it right.
Yes. So
all of a sudden,
it's lovely. I love turning out.
I love it.
I know,
the colours are just so bright and vibrant and vivid. They're really, really gorgeous.
And you've got that hole in the bottom of the lining there, so that you can really get in and
right in the corners,
poke all your corners out and get that nicely done. And obviously, what you would need to do then, you can press these in, the raw edges in.
And then you would just...
And you can either slip stitch that, but really it's not going to be seen. I'd put that under the machine
and just
sew it up.
Let's just pop the mat in there so we can see that.
Yeah, and
see how it fits.
What you would do is nicely roll, obviously turn all these out, and actually then top stitch. If you can see on this one,
you're detailing around the top just to neaten the edges.
Give it a press when you've rolled it out, nicely. Top stitch all the edges to make that nice.
Perfect. Let's pop that in there. I'm sure it will. Perfect fit. Look at that.
There we go.
Lovely. I think as well, I love the pleating on the pockets. It's the detail there for me that I think is really lovely for all your different bits and pieces. So this is from the Debbie Shaw book that we've been working with today. Angela's made the cutting mat carrier bag, and we're back in at 11 o'clock. Thank you so much. It's been lovely first project. And in the next hour, Natasha is here with Jo Carter, and they're making a really, really adorable and cute little goose. So don't go anywhere.
Join us on Facebook. Simply search for The Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more. There are many ways you can watch Sewing Quarter. We are live every day on Freeview Channel 78 and online at sewingquarter.com from 8 a.m. till 12 noon. But if you've missed a show, don't worry. There are 2 easy ways to catch up. The first is through our website, www.sewingquarter.com, where we repeat that morning's shows throughout the day. On the homepage, you'll see our video stream. Click on the video to hear sound and see a list of the products that we have shown in that day's shows. The second way to catch up is on our YouTube channel. All our shows are kept on YouTube, so if you buy a product and want to see the demonstration again, you can. Go to www.youtube.com/Sewing Quarter, where you'll find all our shows listed by date. Select your preferred date. Then, using the description beneath the video, jump to the hour you want to watch. Then you can pause, rewind, play, and skip your way to the bits that you want to watch again. Only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Tune in to Sewing Quarter on Saturday the 1st of April for the launch of a truly fabulous quilt kit. Jo Carter will be here to show how to make Kay Fassett's extraordinary Half Moon quilt kit. If you love Kay Fassett's fabric, you will love this kit. The kit includes 43 different yarn-dyed woven stripe fabrics and 9 different yarn-dyed woven shot cottons from the Kay Fassett for Free Spirit range. That's nearly 12 metres of Kaffe fabric. That's over 13 yards. On top of that, the kit includes complete instructions, cotton batting and backing fabric. So join Joe and Kaffe Fassett's quilt kit on Saturday the 1st of April at 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78. Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter at Sewing Quarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
Well, good morning. Now we're back again with more beautiful Tilda toy makes for you. So we've got a brilliant book for you, which we'll get to in just a minute. But out of it is Mr. Goose, Goosey McGoose. We say Mr. He's wearing a pink outfit here. We have got 3 different fabric bundles for you today. So this is what we're making this hour out of the springtime Tilda book, and then we've got 3 different fabric bundles for you, each with 3 gorgeous fabrics in, which we feel really work with this. So if I can just show you very quickly the book that it's coming from. We absolutely love this. This is perfect for Easter, perfect for springtime. Here we go, here we are. So this is your crafting springtime gifts book here, and you've got everything from rabbits popping their little heads up out of plant pots through to the goose and so much more. It really is an utterly delightful book here. So whether you're making for newborns, whether you're making for your home, whether you're making just for your home decor, whether you're making for gifts, it is a really beautiful book. You've got everything from hares to rabbits to geese. It's all in here, and even the sheep. We love the sheep. Whether you're making bunting. I mean, come on, if you're going to have bunting, let's have sheep bunting. Let's do that. And this book allows you to do all of these things, and we absolutely love it. So in the book, lots of inspiration. We've picked one. Gosh, there was so much to choose from, but we've just picked one. But if you love Tilda and you love any excuse to get that fabric, there's the goose. There, and his dungarees. We will look in more depth later, but of course, as with the previous book, you will get, of course, all of the patterns in the back. So everything that you see in the book you can make, which is absolutely joyful. So £7.95 there, you can grab that. Now, of course, the way that we wanted to do this was, this is what we're making this hour. It came out of the book. Let's give you the fabric and the means to make whichever of these creations in here really works for you. So we've done the goose out of the pink. Let's start with the pink in the middle here. So what you're getting for your money here is a ½ metre of the gorgeous Bumblebee Tilda fabric here in pink. Absolutely gorgeous. Producer Hannah loves this one. This is her favourite. I think actually I might be with you on that. Absolutely stunning. Now what we've teamed with that is your neutral. This is your ivory here. So you've got a ½ metre of that from Macawa. This is part of our solid spectrum range, 100% cotton. This is going to be washable because obviously if you're making anything out of cream, it has to be washable. And then you've got your stone polka dot there. Love this combination. Absolutely gorgeous. And that's, of course, what we've made Goosey McGooseface out of there. So there you go. There's your, whether you want to do the feet out of the stone, however you want to mix and match this combination. Maybe you just want to make a bag out of it. Maybe, you know, whatever it is that you want to make, you are good to go. Maybe a pretty little makeup bag. Do you know what? You will have ample left over. You can make your goose and something else. There's so much material in there. Because we cut our material by the ½ metre, that's what we're giving you. 1.5 metres in total there, a ½ metre of each of your fabrics. Absolutely gorgeous at an incredible price of just £15.95. YZGC27. Producer Hannah's getting all excited. She's baby patchwork, baby patchwork. Hey, now, Well, this is the thing, Producer Hannah, because I'm thinking if you want to do a patchwork, why don't just stop there, get some of the other colours involved. Should we have a look at the blue? Now, again, the blue has got that ivory plain in there. I say plain. It's a very delicate colour there. It's really pretty. But we've also put it with the kiwi spot because the kiwi spot works so well here with the blue. This is your Tilda again, part of the Bumblebee range. Absolutely beautiful. This is the Flower Nest. I think very aptly named there. Just one of my all-time favourites. It's just delicate, it's beautiful, whether you're patchworking. You see, look, say you were doing a patchwork and you were doing hexagons, then just look, you could absolutely pea some fussy cuts over that because it's lending itself to it. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Oh, so many ideas, so many ways to use this material. But do you know what? The bottom line is you are getting 1.5 meters of beautiful material, gorgeous quality, 100% cotton for a cracking price of just $15.95. That's your blue option. Now, we've given you green. We've given you springtime colours here. That's what we wanted to bring you today, is options for you. You might absolutely love the Goose. And you should, because she's rather special. But it might be that actually you've got your heart set on the bunny that we did earlier, but you want the bunny to be in these colours. Then do you know what? Go for it. It doesn't matter. Mix and match them up. So we've got a very slightly different shade in the solid here. This is cream as opposed to ivory. You can see it's just a little bit darker there. More sort of buttermilky. So, but it's sort of midway between your ivory. So this is your cream here. Then you've got here, you've got your blue polka dot, and of course your gorgeous green there in your Tilda. Look at these gorgeous springtime colours. Of course, if you are using this as a stash booster, then you are going to have gorgeous colours all the way through to work with. So $15.95 YUGC24 to get all half meters, all 3.5 meters there, 1.5 meters in total there, home today for you. The quality here, absolutely superb. Tilda, gorgeous, top of the range fabric, and we've matched it with your good 100% cotton, easy to use, easy to work with cottons. And that's what's really important here, because when you're making delicate items like the Goose, you need that top quality cotton. So today we're making out of the pink variety. I'm going to take Goosey McGooseface with me. I'm going to take the book and I'm going over here. There's your pink bundle. Beautiful. Now we've used that to make the Goose. Joe!
Hello.
Hello! How are you doing?
Again. I'm good.
Now, before we go any further, I was very naughty in the first hour, and I completely and utterly forgot to mention that come 12:30, we come off air at 12 o'clock, but 12:30, you and I are going to give something new a go, aren't we?
We are. We're going to have a chat, aren't we?
Live on Facebook. Us chatting isn't new, because we do that quite a lot, as producer Hannah happily just pointed out. But on Facebook Live...
yes.
Have you ever done a Facebook Live anything?
I've not, no.
No, me neither. Happily, we have people in the building who do know what on earth that's all about. But if you want to chat to us and put questions to Joe here, then just have a look on our Facebook page, Sewing Quarter. Sewing Quarter is just Sewing Quarter on Facebook. Then join us at 12:30. And apparently, like the message has just come up, you just put a comment in the box below. It's very clever, isn't it?
It is. It's a whole new world.
What this newfangled technology? Who knew? We're going to give it a go anyway, so wish us luck with that, because neither of us have done it before, but we're going to give it a go.
We'll give it a try.
Yeah. And now, talking of giving it a go, I love him.
I love that Goose.
I keep calling him a him, but she's very clearly a her in her beautiful pink. Look at... Hello.
It's such a beautiful design.
The Tilda that we did at 8 o'clock.
Yes.
You added the seam allowance, you cut it all out, and then you sewed.
Yes.
This is a little different, isn't it?
This is now what I think of as the Tilda technique.
Oh.
Yes, the Tilda technique. That's what I've now named it.
And this is out of the book, isn't it?
It is.
Okay.
There's lovely hens and all sorts in there. But
it's a great book.
It is.
How did you pick?
It was not easy. I changed my mind at least twice, But
what was your other option then? What was the other thing you wanted to go for?
I really like the hen. The hen is adorable as well.
You know, you could fall foul to either. That's your hen there. Just, you know, discreetly hanging out on top of a few baskets.
I love its feet.
Good feet. Very good feet. Top feet. But you went goose.
I went goose.
Excellent. So where do we start? This Tilda technique that you speak of, Jo, tell us more.
I'm going to start with a leg. I have prepared one already. It's a goose leg. This is... I love the way these are made. I am a bit of a toy, you know, pattern geek.
I'm going to say aficionado, because you've been making them for 10 years.
Yes.
Or more.
But I love finding out somebody else has got a clever technique and way of doing something. But I really love this leg. I love the way, the shape, the way the leg joins the foot.
What's the name of those... like 1920s Great Gatsby style. Are they spats?
Spats, so the white and the black shoes.
It's kind of spat style foot. That's what it reminds me of. I don't know why. Bit weird, but it's just... it's a good leg.
It is.
Very satisfying leg.
It is.
This looks complicated, is it?
It's not. It really isn't.
Really?
Not at all.
Oh, happy days.
Surprisingly easy. I cut the pattern pieces out without adding a seam allowance. So this pattern piece is the shape you want the leg to be once it's turned out the right way.
And the pattern is in the book?
It's in the book, it's in the back. So, and this dotted line denotes that there's a seam, a hem.
Your extra, ES is often how it's marked as extra seam. And I think this is where... some people sometimes, you know, just get a little bit unstuck, but that you tuck under, don't you?
You do. So this is the end of the foot, the leg here. That's this dotted line, and this is what gets folded inside. That bit gets folded inside. And the same at the top of the leg. Although,
so you could have a two-tone foot.
You could. You could have one colour on there, one on the underneath, and a different one for the leg.
Gosh.
You could have very jazzy legs for this.
Jazzy legs.
Who doesn't like jazzy legs?
That's amazing. So when you came in this morning at 6 o'clock and said, I've prepped a leg.
Yes.
This is the leg.
That is the leg.
Brilliant. Let's do the leg then. Let's get going with the leg.
So with a water erasable pen, I've drawn out the foot piece and the leg piece on here. Now this cross, you only want that on one side. I mean, this is doubled over, so it's folded. So right sides together. I'll sew it and show them what I mean.
So right sides together, you've drawn on one side, the patterns come completely out of the book, out of your Crafting Springtime book. The hemline wipe off eraser, kind of what I think of you always using, because that's kind of your pen of choice, isn't it?
Top of my list.
So £2.45 for that, and then the pattern in the book, which is great because actually all of these ideas in here you've got patterns for, which is brilliant. And so you can use it as many times as you like, which is excellent. So for, what do we say, it was £7.95, the book, to have all of these different patterns, all of these inspirations, even if you only ever make one. Now, that's either going to be a crown or a comb. Oh, it's the comb. Yes. Now, the first book that we brought you this morning, Crafting Tilda's Friends, is just about the friends and all the different characters. This, if you do like a spot of craft as well, then it does have... Oh, look at that. You can have a family of rabbits and hares. Then it does have other things for you to do in here as well. So you've got sort of 3D projects in there with your eggs. Again, you can, you know, there's all sorts that you can do in here. You've got the witch in here.
I love the witch.
The Witchy McWitch. Love the witch. And then you've got your hair applique. So, you know, this is gorgeous. If ever I make a tea cosy, it's going to be this one. It's going to be. And then I can do a matching hair. And is this one the one with hair bunting in? Oh, yes, yeah. Oh, this is the one. And I love that, the wall hanging. Isn't it gorgeous with your rag hairs? Just in a baby's bedroom, beautiful. I love this. In the hall, I know, but in a baby's bedroom, it'd also be gorgeous. There's the chicken, and then you've got... And so, you know, different crafty ideas with all of this. We love it. Oh, it's a great book. $7.95. What are you doing over there? Just going around your markers?
The pen lines, yes.
Exactly on that pen line.
As much as possible.
Okay.
I am trying to do it a bit more speedily than I would normally.
Now, is there anywhere that we need to leave to turn through with these?
The leg is left open at the bottom where it joins the foot and the top. Now, the foot is... we sew all the way around the line. We do not leave a turning gap. Because it's clever.
Controversial. So I trust you, though. We're in good hands for the leg.
This is now my fourth leg, I think. I'm very much an expert. So
many-legged.
Yes.
So across the bottom here is the bundle of fabric that we're using for this one. It's the pink. We do have a blue and a green version, so check out the website for those. $15.95. Quite frankly, beautiful. I would have this in my stash anyway. This is... the fabric in the middle is more ivory than white. It's a softer colour, but... Oh, yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Nice. $15.95 for 1.5 meters of fabric. Great value, whichever way up you look at it, especially as one of those 0.5 meters is Tilda.
Yes.
Gorgeous. Now what do we do?
So I've sewn down here.
Yep.
And on this side, leaving that end and that end unsewn.
Okay.
But with the foot, I've gone all the way around. And now I'm just going to trim them out with pinking shears.
Pinking shears mean, of course, that this isn't going to fray. This is going to give longevity to your project. So if he ever does have to go in the wash or anything like that, you know, you are good to go.
He can take it.
Pinking shears coming up on your screen. $14.95. LYGQ40 is your code for those. Perfect. It's important to have your pinking shears, isn't it?
They are a key piece of kit. These are nice and sharp.
Do you know what? My old pinking shears, they need an update. They mush it rather than cut it. It's time to get a new pair.
It is really frustrating when they just sort of chew all the fibres.
But these ones cut all the way to the tip.
They do.
Which is great.
They
There.
go all the way to the end.
All the way to that snippy tip. Yeah, it's time to relegate mine to papercraft and have these for sewing as my fabric. And that's the way it goes. Scissor rotation.
Yes.
And now, you know, on the earlier show, when you were going around corners, you were snipping into the fabric to help ease.
Yes.
Because you're pinking, is that kind of doing it a bit anyway?
It does, it helps. I mean, I would still add some more clipping here and there.
Right.
To turn the foot, what have I done with the scissors?
What, the little heron one, the little stalk
No,
ones?
I thought I had the rose gold ones. Have I put them
Big
somewhere?
ones, little ones?
Big ones, if there are any big ones around.
Let's take a look. Maybe they're in my basket over here. No, I can offer you some interfacing and some thread. Well, let's have a look at this thread pack while we get you some scissors. Maybe Jay can find you some scissors. So, we've picked this thread pack for you for today. Firstly, because it's Gutermann, so we know that it's going to be great quality. And secondly, it's the perfect colours. 7 of these in here, so you've got all of those beautiful pastel shades. So whichever kit you're working with, whether you're going for the green, the pink or the blue kits, $8.95. Oh. Can you see that? You see that green one at the end? So it goes with all of the bundles. That's why this was just the absolute perfect one to go. And of course, it's your all-purpose polyester threads, so you can match it with all of the fabrics on the show today. $8.95 for all of those. DSGQ27. So, for example, here's your pink bundle. It's going to work a treat. And then if you want to just use your cream, you've got your cream to go with your ivory there. And then you've got your pinks, which are going to work so beautifully up there. But then, do you know what? Yeah, actually, even the blue, because you've got the blues and the greens within the fabric there, it's all going to work. It's all going to work, an absolute treat. It's as if it was made just for this project.
It is.
Pop it in your stash, and you know you've got it. $8.95 DSGQ27. Let me talk very briefly whilst you snip out there about postage. When you buy from us, our postage is done per day, which I think is brilliant. So our postage is done per day is £2.95 per day. You can check out your basket as many times as you like, buy from this hour, next hour, buy later on, whenever you like, and it doesn't matter how many times you check out your basket. At the end of the day, it all gets put into one big shopping basket, and £2.95 is applied for your postage. So that is just the best. It's the best.
It is.
Yes. So
I've done a little
got the scissors.
Internal corners here. I've clipped. Is that, if I hold it up like that, is that, you see, just clipped
extra,
into the
yeah.
internal corners, just so that they turn freely, and taken a little bit off the external corners.
Because you want webbed feet, but you don't want webbed feet that you can't see the webbing on.
Yes, you want nice points to the toes. And this cross marked here, we just want to cut through one layer, one foot, so the top foot.
So that's why you didn't have to leave a gap.
So I've given a little snip, and this will be the turning gap. So I'm just going to carefully do that, and then we turn the foot the right way out through there.
Is this just a case of gently as you go? Because I can get a little bit heavy-handed, not going to lie.
You don't want to rip those cuts any further. There we go.
Because of those cuts, does the top of the foot then sit over the top of that gap?
It does. It's all hidden.
Oh, that's clever.
You hand sew the cross together just so that it's held back into its shape.
Oh, okay, right. So you don't leave it open
So
to the elements?
No, it doesn't have to be the most beautiful bit of stitching.
Oh, it probably won't be if I do it. No,
It definitely won't be if I'm doing it in a rush now. But you want to stuff the foot, and then we just sew these sides just to hold that back together.
Right.
And then the leg, which I've again just cut a V-shaped notch by the corners, and then clipped the sides, and we'll turn this the right way out.
Oh, you know, we need the bodkin to turn inside out, don't we?
We do.
We've got those on the website, £1.95 for your bodkin, so pop those in your basket as well. That makes turning through a breeze if you've never played with one before. We should have thought about that.
I should.
But otherwise, grab yourself a pokey tool. Sammy is queen of the bodkin, isn't she, Sammy Claridge? She always does love a bodkin or two. I hadn't heard of them really until Sammy brought them to her.
No, I hadn't. I need to. In fact, it's probably the one thing I would use more than anything else.
Yeah, especially in what you do, because it's all intricate arms and legs and limbs and this and that and beaks.
It is.
Well, today it's got a beak. We've got a beak today. I love the haughtiness of the goose. Look at the beautiful angle there, and this is the difference, isn't it, between a goose and a duck? Is that angle of the beak and how it just... you can see I used to keep geese and ducks. Samuel Pepper was our gander when I was a kid. He got a bit vicious when he got wives. But never mind. So there we go. There's your lovely sort of Roman nose going on there on your goose. Beautiful wings there. Now, I'm loving the outfit again. Bit personal, but I just want to have a look. There you go. See, so actually, it's beautifully finished anyway. So actually, do these come off?
I stitched them. They probably with a little bit of
shimmying.
Yes, they could probably come off.
Well, only so that you could have. Stranger danger. So only so that you could have interchangeable wardrobe. I'm thinking of a wardrobe.
Well, I've stitched the hat on, so it would have to coordinate with the hat, because I didn't want a hat falling off at any point.
Is the hat stitched on?
It is.
Oh, okay. You can leave your hat on. she's a bit of a one, this goose, isn't it? It's turning out. Hey, goosey goose. You know what I love? I love her slightly bulging thighs. I think she's fab. Look at that. It's the little details in this, isn't it? It's that she's got these little sticky outy legs. But yeah, you know, I love her.
The dungarees are shaped once they're on, so you add little tucks in the side.
Oh, really?
At the front, at the back, at the side.
Has she got a belly? She has.
She has got a little bit of
got a belly.
A plump belly.
There's a bit of a belly going on there. Perfect. A lot of love for the goose. Oh, we don't have a name for her either, do we? Lucy Goosey.
Lucy would be the...
Lucy Goosey. Crafting springtime gifts is where this came from. Maybe you're making for grandkids. Maybe you're just making for yourself, quite frankly, because they're rather gorgeous. I can see these in the kitchen on the dresser. I can see these in babies' bedrooms. I can see, you know, just everywhere. Fab book. Really, we are loving the book. And this is where it's come from. And, of course, then we've bundled you fabric, which just goes... Oh, just lovely. And there she's in a fetching little ticking outfit there. So lots of different options as to how you can make them. So if you're making multiples, maybe you can have a family and they'll all wear different things. Oh, look! Oh, he has long johns. It's the detail, isn't it?
It is.
It is the detail. You see, he would have kept his dignity on my show. Oh, look at these. Oh, these are the hairs, aren't they? Oh, just gorgeous. But now, you see, if you get the fabric bundles today and you want to do the hairs, then you've got your plain fabric there, and then you could do your polka dot for the ears, and then you've got the beautiful Tilda for the outfit. Perfect.
It would be.
Oh, so nice. Yeah. This is brilliant. Oh, but then, you see, you can do your patchwork hen. Any which way round you look at it. Oh, and then you can do your eggs for Easter. There's your goose. Gorgeous. And they're good witches. And they've got hens. Right, OK, I've been told that we've got to move on because we don't want to run out of time again. Because, yeah, I get overexcited.
I'll move on. Right, I'll stuff those.
Do you want me to stuff them while we're...
Well,
oh,
if possible, would you mind?
I don't mind stuffing. No, I can stuff. Have we got this on the show today? OK. Right.
The wings are done in the same way with the legs. I cut them out without adding the seam allowance, draw around it, and you leave a gap this time for turning.
Right.
Cut them out with pinking shears and clip the internal corners here. And I've already, to save time...
Yeah. You've made a couple of wings. Here are a few wings that you...
So they're done and stuffed, and I've closed the gap.
OK. You were not prepared to wing this, then, were you?
I was not, no. I was taking no chances this time. Oh, I'm just going to show you this fabric bundle because this has got the cream as opposed to the ivory. So the other two fabric bundles, the blue and the pink, have got ivory. This one has cream. So you've got cream, blue and green in there. You've got the blue spot, the baby blue spot. You've got the beautiful flower nest green from Tilda. And then you've got your cream in there. It's just a slightly warmer shade. Half a metre of each. This is fabulous value for money. $15.95, half a metre of Tilda, half a metre of your spot, half a metre of your plain. And do you know what? The beauty of this, I think, is that whether you're buying to make these gorgeous projects or whether you're just buying to make bags or whatever, you've got half a metre. That's the equivalent to a 6 fat quarter bundle. Wow. For
$15.95. Yes.
And they are so beautiful together, all the three.
Aren't they?
Yes. I love the fact I'm now doubting my ability to count.
Yes. To three. Yeah, to three. Yeah. Hard maths here on the sewing quarter.
Yes. It's pushing me.
Oh, we've had a couple of names for the goose. Who's hiding there? Let's get the goose out. What are the names? Geraldine. Nice.
Geraldine, nice. I really love that goose. In fact, I think...
Touch of what? Oh, a touch of haughtiness. Yeah. Geraldine. I like that. That's a good name.
The way the body is made is, again, the same. You trace out this pattern piece and sew round the markings, leaving the bottom open. But the beak is added... before then.
Oh, OK.
So I have the pattern piece here and I've just marked... I'm just going to take off this corner here of the fabric.
So we've had another name for the goose of Wild Goose.
Wild Goose. She seems quite calm.
Well, I know. I thought she was behaving quite well, but yeah, Wild Goose. Oh, maybe because of her changes of clothes, shall we say. Anne's messaged in. Oh no, just to say. Oh, nice. Yes, Anne. She says, Natasha, the goose could have seasoned-themed outfits. That makes me very happy. I want to see her in a Christmas hat.
Well, yes.
The goose that made Christmas.
Yes, she'd look perfect in a... Because she's almost made for a Christmas hat, I think.
I think so. She'd look quite nice in a witchy hat, though, wouldn't she? Out the good witch hats.
She would. You could probably adapt one of those
I
hats.
think you could. Now, hang on. You've just taken a great big chop out of that material. Is that because that's where the nose is going, the beak?
The beak, and I'm going to sew...
I do my bird anatomy. Honest.
Aha, I knew I'd put some somewhere. I'm going to pop a straight edge on that. Will fit, won't it? Yes. I want the beak to come out of this, so I'm just going to slice it in half.
Producer Hannah wants to make goose-shaped Wellingtons.
Ooh.
Oh, not like goose-shaped Wellingtons for you to wear. Goose-shaped Wellingtons for her to wear. Oh, okay. Well, you could do that because you could always add a leg onto there, and you could do like a green colour or something up to there. So she could have little wellies on, and then where it then thins to her, you'd change the fabric. Genius.
That would look great.
Welly goose.
Welly goose.
What are you doing? Just stitching straight up?
I have.
Oh, I get it. Oh.
So this will be... This is the right side, so we want the right side of the beak fabric on
Is this
there.
the only bit that you really have to stop and have a moment to think, am I doing this the right way round?
That would help, just
Yeah.
to make sure you've got it clear in your own
So
mind.
right side to right side, quick seam, and then turn it out there. And this is so that the beak and the nose are all going to be one.
Yes.
This is clever. I like this.
It is. I do love a clever technique. So I'm just going to stitch this on this side.
Is that quite satisfying for you? Because you've made toys for so long, when you find somebody else that is, you know, equally inspirational with their toys,
Yes.
you go, yeah, I like that. I like your work.
Yes, I love making other people's patterns and following their instructions, because it does. I miss. There are things I just get caught up in the way that I do things, and it's nice to see how other people do them, because often there's, you know, a different and sometimes better way.
Well, you never stop learning, do you? That's the thing,
don't.
And that's the beauty of it, and that's why, you know, something like sewing quarter is a fabulous thing to have, because I don't care how many years you've been sewing, there'll be another way.
There will.
There'll be other ways to do things. Excellent. Now, oh, talking of people that have made geese and things, take a look at this. Made 5 years ago. Who sent this in? Wendy. Oh, Wendy. She says she's improved a lot since then. It looks amazing.
It does.
But now inspiring her to make another one. Yeah, over 5 years. Can you imagine how much your sewing's going to have improved in 5 years? That looks perfect there. So, I mean, Wendy, that looks perfect. Would you have been a beginner when you made that? I mean, is that... If she's saying that she's improved over the 5 years...
That looks pretty perfect.
Looks pretty good to me. And you see, look, so she's as well. She's done the contrast with the feet as well. Oh, yes, you make a friend. So you could have a goose and a gander.
You could.
So you could buy the blue or the green to then complement with the pink. Oh, shall we have a look at the blue bundle? I'm mid-foot stuffing, but I'm going to stop and show you this because I think these are perfect Easter colours, or maybe you're making for a new baby. And I think actually this could be considered gender neutral because you've got the green in there as well. So you've got the kiwi spot. You've got... And this one's got the ivory as well. So kiwi spot, your ivory, and then your beautiful blue flower nest. Who did? Sandy's come in straight away and bought this one in the book. Bish bash bosh, not a second thought. Boom, done.
Perfect.
Easter, sorted. Straight away. I love that. I would be umming and ahhing over which colourways to go for. But, you know, no, Sandy, straight in.
No messing.
No messing. A lady who knows her own mind. I salute that.
I do.
One day I will be that decisive.
I aspire to be that.
Yes.
So
Decisions. Okay. Oh, I see.
we added those sections, and then I transferred this
look.
line from the pattern, and you just want to line that up with your seam.
Nice.
Draw around it, and I'm going to sew from this end all the way round, leaving the bottom open.
Do you know, Jo, I'm so pleased that you're showing us this on air, because if I'd have had to have read that in instructions, I'd have got myself in a right old muddle.
Well, I had to read the hat pattern a few times.
Right.
And it's really, really easy, but I just couldn't get my head around it at first, so I want to try and make sure I have time.
We got mid-hat, and we
did.
ran out of time, didn't we, on the last show, so we'll try not to... we'll try not to chat too much. I can't guarantee that. Don't want to make false promises. There we go. Okay, so, Sandy, you've gone for the blue. Who are you making for? Can you tell us? I want to know. I'm nosy. I want to know who are you making for? Did you make... Oh, hang on. This is my question for you, actually. That was my question for Sandy. My question for you, Jo, is what did your kids think of these?
I deliberately actually kept the goose away from them because it's a very pale colour. And they can't leave things alone.
And you have 2 boys?
I do.
Okay.
And they've
Say
been,
no more.
And they've
You
been
can leave that
making paper mache trenches and painting them brown. So I decided any sewing had to be kept well away from them this week.
I love that you are a practical parent.
Not always, but at the moment we have embraced the paper mache trenches.
Oh my goodness. So no Goose was exposed to any paper mache excitement?
No, and I have the job of sewing miniature sandbags.
This is amazing. What, out of calico or something?
Yes.
Brilliant. Their teachers must absolutely revel in any projects that you make. I mean, the kids make.
We don't all... all the kids work on it.
Yeah.
When they go for it, they really like to go for it, my two, so...
That's brilliant. Yeah, but you see, they've got a mum that's just supportive in that. Get the paper mache out, get that glue out.
We might have to hire a trailer to get it into school next
right.
week. But...
That's all right. I think that's part of the plan, isn't it? You don't make them catch the bus when they've got something like that to carry in. Great idea, kids. So which bit do you leave open?
The bottom.
Okay, so the complete bottom.
Yes, we need to add the legs into there.
I'm working on the legs.
So now I'm going to cut this.
Pinking shears again.
Yes.
I'm getting the hang of this now. After 2 shows, I'm like, yeah, starting to get this. I could do this. Yeah.
I think anyone could give these a go.
And should.
Absolutely.
Do you know what? If you run a maybe an after-school crafty club or something, why not give these a go? It'd be lovely because you could make quite a few, couldn't you, out of half a metre?
Yes.
Easy peasy. Say okay. Let's be really conservative and say that you could make 3. If
you swap the fabrics around, I think I've had enough cream to do 2. Certainly,
right.
You might.
Am I not being conservative in saying?
You might struggle to do 3.
Really? Okay.
It depends how conservative you are with your cutting. Obviously,
you've just gone for it right in the middle.
I've cut a big piece out too.
Why not?
I didn't want to find myself short on screen.
Oh, apparently Facebook Live. Yes, she's had a Facebook Live. What? Oh, if you miss the live element, it's going to be on our Facebook. Well, that just makes it Facebook, doesn't it? Rather than Facebook Live. Oh, Joe's mum's asked us. Joe's mum's asked us. Ah! OK, Joe's mum. If you miss your daughter live on Facebook, at least she's not missing that. I mean, she's obviously not missing now live. At least she's watching now.
Yes.
Yeah. But she's put in brackets Helen.
Helen.
Yeah, just in case you have another mum.
But
just the one mum.
I'm not sure any of my answers would be a great surprise to my mum. We do talk about sewing quite a bit.
You learned from your mum, didn't you?
I did. My mum's really good. She is, whenever I have a problem or my sister does, I go straight on the phone to my mum.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is she the oracle, the sewing oracle?
She is. She seems to know it all when it comes to sewing.
In the nicest possible way.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Was she a dressmaker rather than toys?
She does a bit of everything, but yes, dressmaking. She makes a lot of clothing.
It's quite therapeutic stuffing this goose. I mean, if you're going to stuff a goose, this is the nicest way to do it.
I had a terrible time on Christmas with an actual one.
Did you?
I ended up having
did you get in a bit of a mess?
I got the bits a bit confused. I ended up having to post slices of apple through the neck for hours. It's not how I wanted to spend Christmas. These are much easier, more straightforward. The instructions are better for these. I've given away too much, haven't I, now? I can follow a pattern but not a recipe, it turns out.
That's brilliant. Well, you know, possibly body parts are less obvious on your Christmas goose.
Yes,
So I leave it to my husband to do. He can cook Christmas dinner. Oh, Sandy's getting the blue. Who for? Okay, here goes the blue. So this is the blue that Sandy's got. You can get it as well. It's not just for Sandy. She will share. Purely selfish. That's absolutely fine because she's making it for herself. Yay! Good on you, Sandy. Do you know, that's the thing, isn't it? How many times have you started to make something that's going to be for somebody else and you go, might just have to stay, might just have to make another one?
Yes, that happens more.
Good on you, Sandy. We salute you. So that's what Sandy's gone for. She's gone for the blue, the kiwi and the ivory. You can too, $15.95. There's enough to go round. But otherwise, other colour options for you. We haven't really talked about the green, have we?
We've not. I love the flower nest fabric. Those little spots.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
It is really lovely.
This is the green. Now, the green is the only one that comes with the cream as opposed to the ivory. But beautiful. So you've got your green there, you've got your baby blue, which of course is that blue is then picked up in the blue of the flower nest. Oh, it's just beautiful. Treat yourself, $15.95. YUGC 24. Love, love, love these. I have a leg stuffed for you.
Okay.
Did you want that now or later? Or?
Shall I go? I'm at the point where I need to put legs into the goose.
Okay.
Now, the instructions say just to sew the legs into the seam. Now, I like them, you could hand sew them in, but I like them to be
perfect
machine sewn in, just so that they're really well secured. So I would make sure the bird is facing up.
Where's your turning through bit?
I would only stitch as far as, whichever you find easiest, but I would stitch as far as, I put them, how far is that?
So, you know when you box out a hem?
Yes.
On a bag to make it stand up. Are you basically doing the same but with her bottom?
Yes, it's folding the opposite way, so the seam in the front meets the seam in the back.
Okay.
And then I'd measure, let's have a look how, I've gone for about an inch.
Spot
from
on
there
an inch there,
to the
Jo.
side of the leg.
Yeah.
And then I would pin that and then just sew as far as there.
Okay.
And then leave the turning gap between the legs. But you could turn it all out and hand sew this closed and hand sew the legs in.
So whatever you feel confident in doing.
Whichever you prefer, yes.
Okay.
Shall I? Are there any sewing needles about?
Any sewing? Ooh.
I think. I'll give this one a go. It's an embroidery needle, but
okay,
it'll be fine for our purposes.
Now, I'm going to show you what ½ metre of this looks like because it's very easy for us to say, yeah, ½ metre. If you're an inches girl, then that might not mean a lot to you. Basically, it's 2 fat quarters. I sound like I'm doing bingo. 2 fat quarters. Here we go. I wonder what number that would be. Here we go. So this is, if you think how much you're using, that's a lot of fabric. You're going to get a few dungarees out of that. And hats. And other projects. It doesn't just have to go on dungarees and hats. Oh, I love this beautiful fabric. So you're getting ½ metre of each of your fabrics. This is a lot of material for $15.95, especially given that one of these is Tilda. And okay, my mum is not a sewer. She won't mind me saying that. It's true, isn't it, Mum? You're not really. She always used to delegate sewing to my grandma, because that was her thing. She was a seamstress. So sort of skipped my mum a little bit. But I tell you what, she can spot Tilda a mile off. She can sniff it out now. Because she's getting used to me, how much I use it. And so, you know, she'll see it and she just goes, yeah, no, it's the quality. She says, you can tell that quality a mile off, and it's true, you absolutely can. So whether you're new to sewing and you're going, well, what is all this fuss about Tilda? Why do you all love Tilda? We love Tilda for several reasons. Firstly, because the colours are so rich, they're so vibrant, but there's that shabby chic element to it. The print quality is superb. But not only that, when you start into the wonderful world of Tilda and you start collecting the different, I want to say editions, it's not collections, that Tuna produces. Is that right? Tuna. If I said that right, yeah. Who is the woman behind Tilda? Then actually, what you realise is that the colourways are such that you can mix and match the different collections, and it all works beautifully, really beautifully. The patchwork cushions that I made the other day, complete mix of everything I had. Boom, all bundled in, gorgeous. Well, I thought so anyway. And there's, if I do say so myself. And then, of course, you get your plane. We've popped this in so that you can do the toy making. You need a plane or something for these toys, and that's why we've put in your ivory there. But then maybe you want just to have something a little bit different for the beak, for the legs, maybe for the ears of your bunny. It's entirely up to you. Whichever of the beautiful, fun, quirky, cute projects you're going for out the book. Lovely. Oh, controversially, some of you have brought the blue and the pink. Oh, hang on, I'm caught up on Goosey. So some of you have gone for both. And actually, oh yeah, look, because that green's going to go with the pink as well, isn't it? I love pink and green together. That's going to work. It's nice really little stash book, yeah. But then you see, look, that stone is also going to go with the... Oh, nice. And then, of course, you've got oodles and oodles of your ivory. That works, yeah. I can see why you're doing that. I get that.
You can make a gaggle.
A gaggle of geese.
You could, with 2 lots.
Well, this is perfect. Well, maybe you've got grandchildren of both flavours. Then, you know, boys and girls, done. Where are we at to with these feet?
Once the leg's stuffed, tuck the seam allowance in.
That's where you got that extra...
Yes.
That extra bit of material, isn't it?
It sort of folds in where there's a corner in the seam.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know if that's visible, I've just tacked really loosely and basically just stitched that cross together to hold it together.
Okay.
And then we hand sew this neatly now over the top, like that. So that will form the end of the foot. So, I'll put this one here. So yes, all the rough stitches to hold the foot together are hidden away underneath the end of the leg. When
will we get? Do the wings just sew on then?
Yes, I will turn this out the right way because I'm going to move on to the dungarees. Otherwise, time just seems to be going so quickly this morning.
Flies, in fact, much like our goose.
And I just stuffed the goose.
That's the thing, it's the nose. It's all about the angle of the nose. She's so clever with her designs. All about that angle there. I feel like I'm back teaching again. All about the angle here. And lovely feet there. And then we're going to move on to these little dungarees. I think she could tap dance. She's doing the hokey cokey.
She's got rhythm.
Yeah, she has. Absolutely, she has. So turn it out and then just stitch the wing on.
I stuffed it before I finished closing the bottom. I just hand stitched the wings on, sort of the shoulder height, and I stitched it just slightly at the top, and then went round underneath just to secure it so it was held.
Okay, I can probably show you that. I don't know if you can see. There we go. So stitched on there. And underneath. Any particular stitch? Or just get it in there? Any old
whichever
stitch?
You prefer, whichever.
So it doesn't matter. And actually, the dungarees cover them. Dungarees! How do we make these dungarees? Does she have a wardrobe choice? Or is it just dungarees for the goose?
I think there is a wardrobe. I think... See, now I'm just, bunnies in tunics, and I think there might be a
take your pick.
Yes.
How do we do these dungarees then?
Now, the dungarees, I cut out the pattern piece following without a seam allowance, and I've added it here, but I did put on the seam allowance. Have I got the pattern piece to show? Here it is. Where this dotted line is, I added the seam allowance at the bottom.
Right.
So when I cut it out, I just added extra here.
Right. Okay.
And I cut 2 out, front and back.
Okay.
And cut them on the fold, so when you open them out...
This...
we've got 2 of
this
these.
is looking quite doable so far, okay.
It is, it's really easy. Then put those together, and then, because you've traced these lines, you can just follow that to sew
okay.
along the front.
And again, you've used those pinking shears, haven't you, to just make sure that edge isn't going to fray?
I have.
Perfect. If you need your pinking shears, they're $14.95 there. Underneath, when you go on the website and you watch live, then scroll down and underneath there's a list of everything that we've used on the show today, and the pinking shears are there for you. Also is all the different options that we've got for all of the different bundles. So if you're going for the pink, the blue or the green with our gorgeous Tilda fabrics, then go for it. And the book, of course, is on there as well. Your crafting springtime gifts. You've got time to do this in time for Easter. You have. Oh, and the blue bundle. You've got an announcement about it. About the blue bundle. Over half of the blue has gone. Is that most popular, producer Hannah? Yes. Oh, blue and pink level pegging. Blue and pink level pegging there. But over half of the blue has gone. We had slightly less of the blue. So please do grab it. Your blue flower nest. Yeah, spot and solid bundle, $15.95. That's it. Grab it. We don't want you to miss out. And then the pink as well. These are the 2 most popular today. But, of course, don't forget that green.
Yes.
We do love the green. I feel like we've missed the green a little bit. OK, so stitch down... Oh, just
left
there.
This bottom bit open because this will be the bit that forms each leg. Right. So stitch it together along the front. And then this is the bib section. And now this... has been used with the tape. Now, I left my tape. It's at home in the sewing room. I didn't mean to bring it with me, so I've just cut some to show. But it's on the website. Yes, this is your Instabond. Instabond, that's it. There we go, your Instabond tape. Perfect for trousers. Yeah. As well. So, is the iron there? Shall I...
The iron is there. Yes, it is. There we go. Do you want the little iron?
Is the pad about?
Is it actually on? Yes, it is. There we go.
Oh, I'll use the board. I've not used the board before.
Woo! Get that out for you.
I should probably put heels on.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So we have been a little bit unfair. We haven't showed the green off as much. So if you're after the green, then here we go. It comes with a beautiful baby blue. And it's also coming with a cream as opposed to the ivory fabric. So it's a little bit warmer there. A bit more shabby chic, perhaps. Fabulous. $15.95, and that's for your green option. So green, blue or pink are your options today in these bundles. Do you know what? I think it's just a lovely stash of material.
It is.
Whatever your project, you're getting ½ a metre. So ½ a metre suddenly opens up, as opposed to a fat quarter, so many more options. That's the absolute joy of it. So with this, with the tape, iron it on.
Press it on. Peel away the backing.
Now, the tape is on the show. It's $1.95, I believe, wasn't it? Something like that. And this is going to give you an instant hem.
So you press it on like that, and then it holds it down. And with the bib section to the dungarees, so the front bit that has the buttons.
Oh, it's this bit. Oh, I see. We're doing this little top bit here.
So we do this. We hem the 3 sides with the tape. And then this joins in the centre of the seam we've just made in the dungarees.
Now we've got 4 minutes left.
Yes, I'm not going to get to the hat again, am I?
Oh, no. Maybe if you have any questions. We are, of course, doing our Facebook Live at 12:30. You could always ask us about the hat at 12:30 if you've got any questions about it. Or get the book. The instructions are all in the book.
They are, and they're really
which
clear.
Means that they're in both books. So whichever book you're getting, maybe you're getting both. The hats are featured in both, which means that the instructions will be in both books. So $7.95 for your crafting springtime gifts. Details there down the bottom for you. NOGQ75. Yes, love the book.
So at this point, we'd sew the bib into the centre, And then once that's tacked on...
watch yourself on that iron.
So I'll try. I think it's quite a synthetic top, actually.
I know. I could see you just... There we go.
So sew that on in the centre and then fold all that down.
Oh, that was your central seam?
It was.
Oh.
And then we can use the tape to fix this down.
Loving that tape.
And then join the back there and then bring them this way once both front and back are joined to sew between the legs, and then press hems at the top of the bottom and tape those as well.
Do you know what that was the point that I always get confused with dressmaking as well with trousers, is that I always get it the wrong way, but I always think that I'm on a different part than I actually am. This is a great starter project, actually, just to get your head round, if you're ever making trousers or whatever, which bit goes where.
Yes, how they fit together.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that is really the universal shape for them.
For your dungarees.
The hat. This is the pattern piece for the hat.
Okay.
And you sew around the sides, leaving this open. And actually, when you've got it, it's like a pocket, that shape, you actually want to fold the bottom half inside. So that fold then forms the bottom of the hat. And it took me a while to work that out, but then the hat is that shape.
Ah.
So this bottom section...
Like a Napoleon-shaped hat.
Yes, it's almost... That forms the lining inside the hat. And then you just press the brim up.
Oh, I see. So you do that back and front?
Yes, and then stitch it onto the head.
Excellent. Now, please be careful to check out your baskets, because these bundles are... Well, they're going to go. It's as simple as that. They're so popular today. Beautiful Tilda fabrics on this. We're down to single figures now of the blue, so please check out. If you want that, please check it out. Of course, don't forget we had beautiful Tilda fabrics bundles again on the first hour this morning at 8 o'clock. So lots of fabrics to choose from. The blue has been particularly popular. Let's make sure we're not missing out on that, so please do check out your baskets. Remember, you can check out your baskets many times as you like. Throughout the day, you will not pay any more than £2.95 P&P per day. That's it, per day. So we've got the pink, the blue and the green. Thank you so much. We are Facebook Living at 12:30. If, well, somebody technical will show us how that works. We'll just answer your questions as and when they come in. So please do go online and send us little questions, and then we'll work out how to answer them. Yes.
We will. Looking forward to it.
Said with confidence. We will work out how this works. Amy is up next. Hello, Amy. She's waiting in the wings with lovely Angela Attwood all ready to go. Oh, what are you making next? Oh, the armchair. Oh, you're in for a treat next hour. This is something that we've all coveted, haven't we, today?
It's really good.
Oh, we need one of those. So stay tuned for that. We're going to go and prepare ourselves for Facebook Live. And we will see you in a little while. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
And thank you at home. See you in a moment. Bye.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts. Join us on Sunday the 2nd of April when Jo Carter will be demonstrating how to make the super cute Panda Pop mini quilt. Jo will be showing a whole host of techniques and working with wonderful Joel Dewberry fabrics to produce a quilt fit for a little prince or princess. So join Jo and the Pandas on Sunday the 2nd of April at 10 a.m. only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
So I'm going to be showing you how to do an ease stitch. It's very similar to our running stitch here, but the purpose of it would be different. So I've kind of mocked the head of a sleeve here. 9 times out of 10 you will have to ease the top section of your sleeve. So this is the stitch that you would do that with if you were going to do it with hand. So I'm going to use the embroidery thread. I've just popped a knot on the end again just so it doesn't pull through. Normally you wouldn't do it with embroidery thread. So on your sleeve, normally these sections will need to be kept as they are because it's only this section here that we need to be working with. So I'm going to be doing a running stitch quite close to the edge of the fabric. I'm just going to do the quick method here where you're pulling the needle through the fabric while keeping it on the same needle. So I'm going to stop there and then pull that all the way through like so. So you can see that I've got just that section sewn there, and then as I begin to pull you can see that I'm easing the head of my sleeve in. So when that is stitched, these curves should disappear. They shouldn't be there because you've eased the bigger section into a smaller section on the clothing. So that's easing.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, we want to help you with your levels of sewing. Whether you're a novice or you've been sewing for years and years, we want this to be a fabulous learning curve for all of you. Whether it's making a little gift or making yourself a fabulous outfit, we will be working with some of the UK's biggest designers. You have to join us for that.
Don't forget, our sister brands are some of the leading brands in the industry, with Love Patchwork and Quilting being rated top modern quilt title on the market. Today's Quilter has achieved market leadership in the traditional quilt sector. And finally, Simply Sewing was launched in February 2015 after noticing a gap in the market for beginners. Combined, we reach over 150,000 readers every month.
It's lovely to have you with us here at Sewing Quarter this morning for Fabulous Fabric Friday. So in this hour, I'm joined again by Angela, and we're making another make from the Debbie Shaw book. Lots of sewing accessories in that book. And the one that we're making today is a lovely cover for your armchair, and it's got a pin cushion on the top. So I'll show you that. I'll put it on my arm so you can sort of see. It's got a really lovely pin cushion on the top there, but it's rose, so it's layered with lots of different petals. And we're going to show you how to do that, talk you through all of that today with Angela. And then you've got pockets on the side as well, so perfect to maybe pop your pens and scissors and different things you might be working with if you're doing a project while you're maybe sat on the sofa and in front of the telly. So absolutely perfect for that, and that's from the Debbie Shaw Sewing Room Accessories book. So I'll talk you through the fabrics. The ones you can see here are a mixture of a Tilda, a Pardon My Garden fat bundle, and some solids. So I'll show you those first. This top one, so these are our solids today. This top one here, a lovely grey, quite a textured solid. It's a linear. It's made to look like linen. So it's a cotton, much easier to work with than a linen. It's a steel grey, so a linen texture fabric, 0.5 metres, so all of our cut to measure fabrics are in half-metre increments. So £4.95 per half metre of that one. And that's a really steely grey. It's almost a bit silvery. It's got a bit of a shine to it. Really lovely. The next one along we've got here has got some cross-hatching on it. This is duck egg. Again, the look and the texture and the feel of that, really lovely. Breaking up the solids with a little bit more texture than just a completely plain spectrum solid. So that's in duck egg from Macawa. Half-metre increments again in that one. Really lovely. Lovely and soft, 100% cotton, really easy to work with. So moving down to the next one, we've got a very blue theme going on here today and then a splash of pink. I'll show you this one so we can team these up with some patterned fabrics as well. So again, 100% cotton. This one here is your teal. It looks a lot darker online. It's kind of an aqua turquoise. More than a teal, I think I'd call it. So £3.25 per half metre of that. That's a spectrum solid from Macawa. And then just shimmying along to your next one. This one here, I believe, is your vintage blue. So it's a slightly lighter blue. Matches really beautifully with that darker one next to it. A solid, rich, just uniform colour, which works really well with the Tilda Fat Quarter bundle. The colours and themes running through that. And then, just to change things up a bit, spice it up, we've got a pink on the bottom here as well. This is sort of a candy floss, a really bright, lovely candy floss pink. So we'll show you that one. There's a choice of fat quarters, so we're trying to show you a few different solids that we could match with all of those different ones today. There are loads of different solids and different fabrics on the website anyway, so you can always try and match things up that way if you don't see one here on the show today. So this one is your vintage pink by Macawa. Again, £3.25 per half metre. So I'll show you the fat quarter bundles now. The first one is the one that we're going to be making the armchair cover with Angela. So this is the Pardon My Garden Tilda fat quarter bundle. So in this one you get 3 fat quarters. Top one here is sort of an olivey green with a really lovely floral pattern on it in a sort of a grey, moving into maybe a very pale blue. Really nice. Definitely got a garden feel. So the other ones, you've got here a duck egg blue with some flower print on it there, and a royal blue with a stripe and a flower. So we're going to be working with those on the armchair cover. The other 2 choices that we've got, so we've got more of a pink themed fat quarter bundle here. So you get 6 in this particular bundle, 3 different prints, 2 of each. So you've got greys and greens and pinks there. A nice polka dot. And a ditzy print there as well. Would look really lovely. Teams really well with those tealy colours, and also the pink that the Spectrum Solid Pink we were looking at. So just a double up of those there. And then the last one, this is always really popular when it's on the show. So this is a fat quarter bundle, but of solids. So great for teaming up if you've perhaps got a quilting project on the go and you're looking for something for your bias binding, or just to break up a busy pattern. Or maybe you just want some different shades to create a real spectrum of colour. This is perfect for that. So this is the rose bundle. You've got sort of a darker terracotta, a pink, a slightly lighter pink moving into a rose. These are sort of coffee sort of colours here, so a cappuccino and a darker, more milky colour, and a white. Really lovely, 100% cotton. And this would work really well with if you did the arm cushion that we're about to do in pinks, this would work really well with this spectrum of building up all the different pink colours in this rose bundle. So what I'll do now is I'll take these fat quarter bundles and the cover over, and we'll head back to Angela. So, here we are. And we're back. Hello, Angela.
Hi. Hi.
How was your cup of tea?
Good. My porridge.
Yes, porridge.
Keeps me going.
Priorities. So, what are we doing today? We've got this lovely cover here.
Yeah, which again, flicking through the Debbie Shaw book, this, as well as the Carrie Case, really appealed to me. The only time, my husband will tell you, the only time he can get me to come and sit still with him in the evenings is if I've got some sewing on the go.
So you need something on the side of the sofa.
So, because I don't sit still very easily, so I have him forced sitting and watching a film or chilling. But yes, this really appealed to me because I've always got a pin cushion and some scissors and something on the go. I've got a traditional
rather than having it on your lap
quilt on the go at the moment. So I just thought, actually, this would be great. Yeah, it's a really nice idea. So
as well as looking nice, it has a very practical use.
Absolutely,
and you win brownie points with your husband.
Yeah, because then I just find in the morning I have to then remember to take all the stuff back to my sewing room. So if I had, a pink cushion and some scissors and things already there in the whatever room, but you could have it
everything to hand
in a conservatory. If you sit and sew in your conservatory.
Do you know as well in the garden? You could have this in the garden if you wanted something that's really easily transportable. This would be a really great way of just sort of carrying all your bits and pieces outside. So you can see there you've got the pin cushion in the middle, which is like a lovely rose, and then you've got your pockets there and the petals. So this is in the Tilda Fat Quarter Bundle, and it's from the Debbie Shaw sewing accessories book that we used in the previous hour, and we've got again in this hour. So come on then, I'm intrigued how to do the rose. We've got to start with that.
So again, the book gives you full instructions of how to do this particular size, but if you've got a particular wide arm on your sofa or whatever, of course you could make it longer or to fit your furniture. The rose, as you can see, it's a fair amount of work. The whole project is something that you take a bit more time over.
Yeah.
So there's I think 10 circles altogether to make up the rose, and this is how you make it.
So there's enough in that fat quarter bundle to make that?
Absolutely. With the Tilda bundle, we had 3 fat quarters. The background itself, that's about 1/8 of a fat quarter, so the front and the back would take one fat quarter,
for the main
and then
panel.
you'd have 2 more fat quarters to do the other bits with. So a bit tight probably with 3 fat quarters. You might want to add a plain in there.
So we've got a choice there with the different colours. You could add in a solid.
Absolutely. The first thing you need to do is cut lots of circles. Excuse me. And,
so you have a special tool for
Well, they wouldn't allow me to have the Fiskars' lovely circular cutter on this show.
Everyone wants the circular cutter. They're fighting for it.
No, I've already played with it a couple of times. So you need to cut 10 5-inch circles from your chosen. It tells you to do 4 contrasting fabrics. I had 3 Tilda and 2 plains, so you can make your own mix. So 10 for the actual rose and 2 for the leaves.
Okay.
So we start with those. Now,
we spoke about a plastic template, didn't we, that you could use? So where you can create your own template.
I think the plastic template sheeting would be really useful for this. So the plastic template sheeting, you can draw any shape you like that you're going to keep repeating, because then you can keep it for other projects. So you could draw on there your 5-inch circle, cut it out, and then you've got that. Then it's stable and a bit thicker than cardboard to trace around onto the back of your
So it would be really good as well if you've got slightly trickier shapes, if you're working with a heart or a flower or something. If you've got paper and then it starts to slip or to rip, or you lose the solid line, don't you, of the edges?
Yeah. So really, really useful. The template sheeting would be to cut all these circles. But we're going to start with the. This one is for the base.
Okay.
And this one is going to be the little circle
peeping
right in the centre. So first of all, we just need to hand baste. I've just put some large tacking stitches around the outside of that, just so that then I can pull it up into a circle.
It's like magic.
Yeah. And do we have some toy stuffing somewhere?
Yes, we do. Let's have a look.
And actually, you need not a lot, obviously, in the grand scheme of things, but you can get quite a lot in there because it's so soft. So we're just going to...
I think Jo was just using this for her lovely goose.
Yes, it's really, really soft.
So maybe if you've made the Tilda animals, or you're planning to make them, and you needed the stuffing for that, then this would be another perfect project to use it for. So if you go to the watch page for today's show, all of the products from today's show will be on there by midday. So you can just scroll down and you can add that to your basket if you need to get some stuffing.
So you can, obviously, you want
quite
this to be...
Quite a lot goes in there, doesn't it?
I know it does. It just keeps compressing, but you want it to be fairly firm
for the pins.
So yeah, just keep pressing that in there.
How do you know when enough's enough?
Well,
because
you can actually just try a pin in it and see if it feels...
If it's got much wiggle room.
Yeah, if it's compressing enough. But you can't... Yes, it does take an enormous amount. In fact, I had a couple of long train journeys at the beginning of the week, and I'd thought about taking this project with me on the train, and then it might not be very practical with all that stuff.
No, you might need to carry this with you. You're going to need an extra bag for your stuffing.
Exactly.
Yeah, so once we've done this, there'll be quite a lot within that, that whole row.
Because all our little petals have got some in too. So you can see I can pull that easily now, and I'm just going to pop a few stitches through this just to keep it. This doesn't have to be pretty.
This is like the main bud of the
centre,
the centre. I guess as well, you could just make this as a pin-cushion if you didn't want to make the whole project.
Absolutely,
just follow those steps in the book, and
in fact, do you have if you go to the page in the book while I'm stitching this, she talks about just making the pincushion as a standalone pincushion.
Oh yes, here it is, and it's in pink.
Just on the next page, actually.
Let's see.
Just in the inset there, and she's put a little bit of trim around the bottom. And
to finish it off?
To finish it off, yes. What she's used on that is she suggested using an old CD as the base. So you can cover an old CD with some fabric and use that as the base.
So then you've got your flat it's much more sort of solid on your table.
And that the pins aren't going to
go through. Yes.
Yeah.
You've got a dining room table or something, or you don't want to mark.
That's it. So
that's a good idea.
You can actually just make it so 2 projects in one, really. Like
because that is exactly sort of a CD shape.
Size, yeah. So we've just pulled that together like that. So we've got a central circle. And on this piece I just creased in half and in half to find the centre point. And I've just marked in there with a pen the centre point. And so then I can just attach. I'm going to now attach this to the centre.
So that's just that same stitch that you'd already had going around the edge of the...
These are just simple stitches. Pull that through. And then what I did, I just sort of compressed it down a little, and I just popped a few stitches, as I say, because this isn't going to be seen.
No.
You can just sort of feel.
And it will be packed quite sort of securely by all these other petals around the edges, so you just...
That's it.
Making sure it's...
So I just did a few stitches.
And so we've teamed that, it's the fat quarter bundle, and we've also teamed that with some spectrum solids. So these are colours that have sort of been picked out that match really well. The colours sort of the aquas and the greens matching there, you can see through. So you've got your solids here, and then the fat quarter bundles. Let's roll it into the middle a little bit more. This is the Pardon My Garden pattern here, and just peeking through here as well.
And because as I say, this is quite a, not a too labour intensive, but longer than an hour to make the whole thing. I want to show you the key parts that are perhaps
the crucial elements.
They're not that self-explanatory. From looking at something, you can't figure out quite how to do it. So I'll make sure that we get those key elements in the rows and how it goes centrally in the panel. So you can see I've just stitched around a few simple stitches just to keep that fairly secure. We'll just finish that off.
And obviously as well, all the other elements are covered in the instructions. So the actual, the simpler parts that we won't go through on today's show, all of that's covered.
Absolutely,
so you can still get from start to finish.
Okay, so we're there with that.
Okay.
Now for the petals, I shall need a little in a second. I don't know whether you can see from my the first one of making. I always find this, and probably loads of people are hopefully going to agree. Once you've made something for the first time, the second time you make it, you can always do a slightly better job because it's that learning process, isn't it? So following the instructions from the book.
So there's...
Yeah, I'll show you the picture in the book in a second, but the petals are stuffed individually, and they look quite fairly well stuffed in the picture. They're like little pasties, like mini pasties. So, of course, I did them to how it looked in the picture on this one. And then when I came to make the rows to put together, it was quite difficult because I think that everything was overstuffed. Yeah. And so I found it quite tricky. So the second make, these have got far less stuffing in them. And you can visually see it sits more like... The shape is much nicer than this is much more bulbous and chunky. Still does the same job. Yeah. But visually, this one sort of looks more. That's right. More flower-like. So if we've the pictures in the book, the pictures look as if the petals are stuffed quite full. So don't overstuff your petals. Is my bit of advice. The main bulk of the stuffing is going into that first centre section, and then we can go for a little bit less. So out of the 10 circles that you've cut, you've used 2 of them for there. So now you should have 8 left. I've just got 3 here to show you the process. And you fold them wrong sides together in half. But this one's probably easier to see my stitching. And I've sewn a 1/4 inch seam from the straight edge so far around. I've left a 2 inch gap here. You can see I didn't even break the thread from the machine. I just stopped stitching, moved it along, and then carried on around. But we do have a gap there to stuff. What was the seam? Petal. The seam allowance? Quarter inch, on there. Okay, so you do that on all of your petals. With the directional fabric here with the stripe, I just made sure I did it sort of perpendicular to the at right angles to the crease, to the fold. So we can pop a little bit of stuffing in here. So not quite as much for these. Yeah, and don't go to the points either. So you kind of keep it pretty central. Okay. And you don't go to the corners. You can see here actually this section is actually very flat at the edges of the circles. So you've got the main bulk of your stuffing here. If I turn it this way, you can see that at the edges there's not really any wadding, any stuffing in there at all. The main height is created in the middle. You can sort of push it in and then you can sort of roll it around to flatten it, but there's nothing in the ends. It's just kind of in the middle there. Well, it's like we're making ravioli, Anne. I wish. That'd be nice for lunch, wouldn't it? Well, they do. They do look a bit like that. Pasta shapes. Yeah. It's all very food themed. There we go. So I'm not going to put too much in them. And a little bit more for this one.
So we'd have 8 of these in total.
Yeah.
Well, 10, 2 for the centre pieces, and then 8 petals.
8 petals, yeah. And again, the instructions tell you to pin the first 3 in position and then stitch. And I found the pins were all in the way of each other, so I actually pinned each one and stitched each one.
So we did one and then went
time.
back and did another one. Okay.
Yeah. But again, you will find we find our own way with making, don't we?
Like you say as well, the first time you make it, then of the progression, so you can figure out how you would do something differently next time.
I did pin all 3 in place, and then
and it still worked, or you just think it doesn't.
I took the pins out and just did one at a time. But so there we go. So then you take your central piece and you're going to fold. You're going to position one of your petals, covering about 1/3 of the centre. So you're going to position it something like this.
Okay.
So if you pin one corner in place, so it is quite a fiddly process. And then I pinned the other side in place, and then you might have to just adjust.
So covering about 1/3, would you say, of that main centre?
Yes, 1/3 of the
So we'll have
centre.
a 1/3 in the middle peeping out, and then 1/3 covered on the 2 sides.
So we're going to pin that like that. And then I'm just going to flatten, obviously move, finger roll to make sure there's no stuffing in the way there. This is all hidden, so it doesn't have to be tidy.
Super neat. Not worried about your edges or anything?
No, we're not worried about edges. That's why we've not even sealing the holes, where we're stuffing at this point until they go on.
It'll all be packed tight enough for that to stay in anyway. It's not going to go anywhere.
That's right. Then I find as you've put the middle of the curve down, then you might just need to adjust that one end.
So you just sort of, from sight, you would look at that and say, oh, I think that needs to be...
Yeah, so I've just done that. And then the trick is to, because... as you say, when you're making it for the first time, you don't realise how, if these are over padded and then there's 8 of them, you've got quite a lot to go around, and you start running out of that base circle as well.
Already we've not got huge amounts of space at the edges.
That's it. So don't overstuff them, and then we're going to try and stitch this down quite close in around the base of that, because then it'll give it room as other layers go on. So I'm going to just stitch this one down. Now my 1/4-inch foot at home on my machine is actually quite a skinny foot. The 1/4-inch foot on this machine is actually quite wide.
Oh yes.
So I've chosen to put the zipper foot on today,
just because it's
a slimmer foot. Because it doesn't have to be a particular seam allowance. We're just stitching this quite closely. So I'm going to stitch this one on. So it means I can get quite tight up there. Watch your pins. I'm going to take the first one out, and we're just going to feed this around. Pop that pin down.
And again, this will just be a case of repeating this with all 8 petals, won't it?
That's right.
It's not lots of different techniques to create that shape. It's just once you've got...
That's right. And if you're struggling to go around, you can just lift the foot and adjust the petal.
You haven't got to go round in one.
There. No. Like you say, if you've only got a wider foot, you can just readjust as you go around. So there, we've got that one on. So we've got that secured in place, and then we would just choose another one, and again we're going to cover 1/3 of the centre again just visually. So then
it's up to you really, isn't it?
Absolutely. In fact, when I'd got the first 3 on, I think, and then you feel like you need to keep going round in the same direction, but at one point I actually did 2 opposite ends.
You can see here and here.
And I think I'd put 2 on at opposite ends once the first 3 were in place and things like that. So
just have a play around.
Just visually.
That's the thing with pinning as well, isn't it? You can put them on and go, oh, actually, I want to just give that a slight change.
Now, if you imagine now, when I'm just putting this second one on, you can see it's already overlapping. So to pin all 3 in place the first time round...
What a lot of pins.
It's a lot. And then how do you're going to hit pins, you're going to not be able to get them out. So I think it's...
The rose flat quarter bundle's selling really well, just so you know. So there are all different sort of spectrum solids within this flat quarter bundle. It's the rose bundle, always very popular. So there is a darker sort of burgundy there, pinks, and then we go into a sort of slightly darker, a brown into a cream. Just so this is a So Easy rose 8-piece flat quarter bundle. So they're not the same as our Spectrum Solids. They're not Macawa, just so you know. They're a different brand, but all 100% cotton and really lovely for creating that sort of scale of colour that moves up as we go through there. And creating that 3D effect, these colours would work really well, wouldn't they? You could have, you could have more. You could almost create. If you do sort of lighter to darker or darker to lighter moving inwards, that would look really nice.
Yes, they don't have to be patterned at all.
No, you could have the rose just plain.
You can see we're not being too particular. Doesn't have to be tidy. You know, it's just more about getting the spacing really captured. So now I've got those two covering. So now I'm going to try and just cover about a third there, just so we start the process.
I think it would be very easy to almost not leave room in the middle for that centre section, to start overlapping and covering it. Before you know it, you've lost that middle bud. You just need to keep the space.
So I just found it, as I say, it worked for me to do the two ends, then reshuffle the middle part of the curve, and then to come back and just readjust one end if need be.
So in the book here as well, we were just saying that you could just make the pincushion if you don't want to make the whole armchair cover. So there are some tips here from Debbie about how to do that. And we were saying about putting a CD in the bottom to give it that flat shape, flat bottom, to stop your pins going right through to the table. And they've even put a trim on it there to just give it that extra finish. Very pretty. But on the armchair cover, I can show you as well. So this is what we're making today, just in the process of doing. So this would hang sort of either side of your arm of your chair. So you could use that in the garden or in the lounge or anywhere. This is just on boxes at the moment. We didn't have a suitable armchair, but you could take this with you and hang that anywhere. Maybe if you wanted to pop it in your workroom or anywhere in your house. Got the pincushion on the top, pockets on the side, so a great storage solution and just a way to keep everything in one place without sort of worrying if you've got things here, there and everywhere. As I know, a lot of people end up with, Absolutely. As you were saying about your room earlier, weren't you? Organised chaos.
Organised chaos. There we go.
Yes.
So there we start with the basis.
You can see it now.
Yeah, and you can sort of, adjust the stuffing in it as you go, but that's how we make the rose, and you keep going with, now you'd have 5 more petals.
So we would just be adding these on sort of around wherever you want this.
They're the leaves, but
But they would same shape.
Yeah. The leaves are made in exactly the same way with this 5-inch circle.
Okay.
This time we sew right sides together. I'll come back to the rose in a second, but just while we've got this shape here. But this time we stitch all the way around and leave a gap just at one end. Then we can turn it through. Just going to grab the far end.
This is one of those really nice linear texture fabrics with the
I thought this
cross hatching on it.
Really nice for the good colour for the leaves. This.
It's like the lines within a leaf, doesn't it?
Yes, the veins.
The veins.
Yeah.
That's the word I was looking for, veins.
So then we can just poke that out. And again, you'd put a tiny bit of stuffing in those, press them first, a tiny little bit of stuffing in those. And the end, again, we don't bother sewing that up now because it's actually just captured in the seam of that when we actually position
So
that.
why did we keep the hole at the end on that one as opposed to the petals where it was in the middle? Just because we're going to hide that under
That's
here?
right, yeah, you could have left it there, but then you would have had to sew it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's easier to keep it on one end and then just tuck it neatly
and then
underneath.
that just folds in within the circle as you position it, yeah.
Great.
Okay, so that's the leaves. You would continue around your other 8 petals until you've produced something like this.
One we prepared earlier.
And you can see how untidy it is underneath, but that doesn't matter because that's all going to be hidden. So yeah, it's a really nice.
You can just see.
I really like
all the different. It's a really effective way of working with all your different patterned fabrics and also bringing in some plainer ones as well. I like that a lot.
It's nice, isn't it? Okay.
So
that's
how
the
does this
rows.
become
this? Okay. So you will have instructions to cut your 2 panel pieces. I've got one here, a back and a front. So that's going to... I've chosen the paler green for this one, just to confuse everyone at home. And this is going to be my back in the linear.
So
we've got the same on that.
Same on this one, but this one we're going for a mixture.
We've got the pale to match the inner circle of that this time. So I think this is around 10 inches by
22, did
22, around that. So it's just about the width of a half of a metre or a fat quarter.
So you could just about get 2 of these out of a fat quarter?
Yes.
Yeah, if you wanted to match it from 1 fat quarter.
That's it. And this is a 10-inch square, and then the instructions ask you to mark a 4-inch circle. So these were made with 5-inch circles. This is a 4-inch circle, and I've got my just got a centre point there because I just drew it with a compass. Yeah, on there. So then we need to find our centre mark. Oh, sorry, I should say. This has got wadding on the back of the top. Again, the instructions, you could use a fusible wadding or a normal craft wadding and a basting spray.
Which was,
again,
this was the one... Oh,
yeah. Oh, you got wasn't there? I've got this ready to use, actually.
Yeah. So this was the repositional glue that we used earlier in a previous project. So you can use that as a basting spray. And that's $7.95, IUGQ20. And the wadding will just come up on the bottom of your screen. So they just work really easily together. So that's the poly wadding, and that's 1 metre by 1 metre, $4.95.
Now again, you could choose to make it a bit more bespoke by adding quilting here.
Yes.
Because it's not a big expanse of fabric and wadding, the stitching that's on there is enough to hold that in position. But you could put a nice crosshatch or some other stitching on there would be really nice. Yeah. Before we go any further, I just folded this in half to make a nice centre crease that way and this way to find my centre point on here. And I'm going to put this on. This would be right sides together.
Okay,
yeah, so this 10-inch square, right sides together. And I can just about, if I look at where the crease lines are this way, I can line that up and my crease line's here, just so I'm getting that
spot on
pretty much in the middle of there. Okay, and I'm just going to pin this in place just quickly. And I'm going to stitch on that 4-inch marked circle.
How can you tell the right side on a solid?
It's very difficult on a plain, but there is just one side that just looks the right a little bit like the back.
Obviously, it's much more obvious in something like that, where you've got, that's clearly your right side, and it's more of a pattern. But with something like that, where it's I
actually think it's almost like there's a tighter weave. It looks like a tighter weave on the back. Obviously, it isn't. But I wonder when it's washed. I've got all my quilting friends just use plains any which way, and I'm sure once it's washed there isn't a right or a wrong. Yeah.
So this is the vintage blue that Angela's working with at the moment, $3.25 per half metre.
So I'm just changing over to my walking foot because we've got that bulk of the wadding going on.
I'm just going to take this through. Lovely.
And then we're just going to stitch that circle.
So did you use the repositional glue for this particular one?
Yes, yeah, have. We want a centre stitch because I was just off to one side with my zipper foot on. Make sure I've got my end.
Oh, little stalk scissors.
I've got stalk scissors at home, you see, so I always ask for these on there. They make me feel at home.
I really like these. So these are our little embroidery scissors, so perfect for doing lots of little, if you've got threads to cut or small little intricate work to snip. So these are sewing called drone ones. I always think these look like they're flying through the air. The blade of the scissor there making the beak of the stalk. Maybe it's nose diving, I'm not sure which way it's going. So these are the gold-plated embroidery scissors. They're 9 centimetres. They'd be a great gift, really lovely gift. And they are $9.95, LVTW63. Lovely little sharp, very useful scissors, aren't they? Just to have
really handy.
So we're stitching around the circle now.
Yeah, I'm just easing this round.
How easy is it to sew in a circle?
The smaller the circle, the more difficult, because it's that tight turn and you start to get pucker, but it's not too bad. For that size, that's not too bad at all. So we can break that off. Am I getting
No, that's okay, just have a pin.
So we've just stitched around there. And now we're going to cut away the centre part of this.
Right.
I'm going to leave about 1/4 inch seam allowance. Making that first cut is always getting into the middle, so make sure.
Right into the middle.
So I'm just going to do that.
So through all of the layers?
Through,
with that snip.
yeah, with that. And I like to just do a sort of nip it into thirds. Just makes it a bit easier to get around, like that. And then I can just follow this.
Just cutting a circle all the way around.
Cutting this away. I'm also going to clip into this because we're going to be turning it inwards. Would you like some mess?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll treasure it always. Thank you.
I always make a mess. There we go. Shall I have that bit?
I could have it. I'd like it.
And then we're just going to cut into this.
What are we cutting into that there?
We're cutting in, clipping this away because it's turned in on itself. This just is quite difficult with the wadding. It is a bit cumbersome to do this. A bit like clipping a seam in dressmaking. What it's going to be doing is cutting away the bulk because this, that extra 1/4 inch of all that fabric and wadding would just get in the way of that sitting nice and flat, this edge here.
So we're just creating little notches?
Yeah, just little notches and cutting that away. Although
so
I could
through
be
all
here
your layers of
forever.
your wadding.
Actually, that's what it is. I noticed when I came on air both times after Joe, there's all these little tiny triangles on the table, and I've washed them on the floor.
That's very intricate work.
Little. Joe must cut lots of notches.
You've upgraded, Angela. We've gone up to a. It's not really a triangle, but slightly bigger.
They're huge ones.
Let's put that in there. So I'll just recap on the book. So this is the sewing room accessories book that we've been. You've seen this in both of Angela's hours today. We did this in this hour. And in the previous hour, I will show you the project we did. If you want to go back, you can watch online. Yeah. Over half the quantity have gone of this book, and we had loads of this to start with, so it's been very popular. We knew you'd like it. Where is the project from this morning? It was the carry mat, the bag for your cutting mat. Page 30. Here it is. This one here. So we created this bag this morning. If you want to go back onto the website or onto YouTube, you can see a tutorial of how we made it, and all of the products are on the website, so just underneath today's show. So there's lots of different projects in here. There are sewing machine covers and mats. There's a seam press there that you can use, and then we've also got an ironing station, so that was a little bag that you could hang off your iron if you've got a mini iron or other little accessories. We've also got here, that was the sewing machine cover that we were saying you could also potentially use for an overlocker. Lots of people, a few people very enthusiastic about that make this morning. Then we've got a pin and a pattern pouch. So this particular one has actually got sand in. It's a weighted pouch here, so it stays on your table, and then you can hang it off over the edge of your desk or table and pop all your different accessories in. And then the sewing book cover. So this is a really nice way to customise your notebook. Perhaps if you make little scribbles, or you're writing down measurements and details, or thoughts and ideas for future projects. That's a way to personalise a sewing book cover there. That would make a really lovely gift, actually. That's a pretty one.
Oh, yes. I do book covers.
Do you do book covers?
Quilted book covers. They're lovely.
And a carry case as well there, with all different, lots of different sections for your pockets. So that reminds me of a Mandy Shaw case, actually, that she did. Makes lots of carry cases like that. So talking you through lots of really good detailed instructions, bullet point pictures and details, so you can get from start to finish nice and clearly. Really lovely. $6.95, so that's MTSP62. And if you've got that in your basket, just make sure you check it out if you do want to buy it, because it's been super popular.
We're getting low.
So we've snipped all around the edge. We're back. That's very pretty.
Covered in it. So
created a sunshine.
We've done that, and now it will probably make more sense immediately. I do this now. So then when you fold this back through, you're left with that lovely hidden edge.
Yes.
You can just push that out. Give it a little press if you like, just on the edge.
This is another technique, much like the one that we did when we turned the bag out as well. There's sort of hidden techniques within the make. So there's 15 makes within the book, but lots of different techniques that you haven't seen necessarily before. I've never seen that done that way.
Yeah.
So
it's a really nice way to create that perfect circle. And then hopefully your rose should fit.
Just peek through.
Peek through. And you can just manually...
Looks like that fits really comfortably.
You can just adjust it around the edge there.
Easing it in.
Ease it in, yep. And then you would just hand slip stitch. You can put a couple of pins in it just to hold it in position while you're doing so. But you would just slip stitch. You've got a nice seam there within the casing there, so you can just slip stitch then. And you can keep pulling this to see how far you can go to your own stitching to the edge, and just make sure you push it up and slip stitch
right
it.
to that seam allowance on the edge of the base.
Push it to the seam allowance, wherever your seam allowance is sitting, because it'll be all over the place. Wherever you stitch. But But before you do that, don't forget to apply your leaves.
So don't stitch before we put the leaves on.
You would do the leaves at the next stage. So I'd turn that one.
Oh, would you put that in even before you poked the rose through?
Yeah, so I was just too eager to have a look at what the rose looked like in there. So first of all, you would stuff your leaves. You can see now where the open end folds over. So then you can slip stitch that down. And the same with that, you'd overlap this one.
Producer Hannah said that's unbelievable.
I'd expect nothing less from Hannah. Well done, that's what I like.
I know. She's quite proud of herself for that one.
Very good, very good.
So leaves on, and then we poke that through, as we just said, and we would do a slip stitch all the way around the edge to encase both the pin cushion
first, and then
the
pop the rose up into that, and then slip stitch that all down.
Okay.
So that's nice. That's to show you the construction of that part.
I'm just going to leave you for 2 minutes while I just recap those fat quarters, and I'll be back in just a minute. So that's the rose that we're just doing at the moment that you can see there. That's the pin cushion that we've just created. And so just poking that through, but let's just have a look at these fat quarter bundles. So we'll start with the Tilda, which is the one that we've been working with this morning with Angela. So this is the Pardon My Garden Tilda fat quarter bundle. Quite unusual to see fat quarters folded this way, but they are fat quarters, I assure you. So there are 3 different colours here. We've got a royal blue, a slightly lighter blue, and then also an olive green. So these work really beautifully together. Your floral prints there. I'll undo this so you can see it. So let's have a look. This is the size of the fat quarter, just so you've got an idea. And we were saying that you could make both sides of the cushion cover from one fat quarter. So it would be the whole fat quarter to create that. So it would be, if it was folded in half, that would be the main bulk of the arm. So that's one there. This is a lovely floral print. And you've also got, I don't know if you can see, there's a stripe running through that as well. A whimsical print from Tilda. Beautiful, beautiful fabrics. So £13.95, you sort of get a little insight into the collection with these 3. So the next one is a duck egg blue. I'll just open it like that so you can see. With, I think this is probably a little daisy on here. So you've got picking out the dark blue, the royal blue from that previous fat quarter in the centre of the flower. So, as always with the collection, the colours have been matched really well together. And the third one is this olive green one. A lovely floral print on here. Ditzy sort of print. You've got little flowers all growing up through the fabric. Your creams and olive greens, and you can see there that colours match really beautifully together. So LDGQ31 is the Pardon My Garden Fat Quarter Bundle from Tilda, and that's $13.95. So you can add that to your basket either on the website, or if you want to give the call centre a ring, 0800 112 4433, and they'll be happy to sort that out for you. So that's the one that we're working with at the moment, that you can see there on the armchair cover from the Debbie Shaw book. So the next one is this really popular rose bundle. This one we think would look really, really lovely to create that 3D effect on the pin cushion. So you could work sort of from dark to light, creating that texture all the way through. So I'll open this just so we can, let's open it all out. We can have a look at these colours. So, okay, so we've got a white here, and then as we start to go into slightly darker, moving into a cream, that's sort of a milky sort of cream there. And then I'm going to go on a coffee theme. I think this is moving maybe into like a latte. And then the next one along, perhaps a mocha, maybe a hot chocolate, I'm not sure. So this is just slightly more of a taupe sort of colour that you've got there. So those would work even just on their own for a project, and you could work with the pinks as a 4 and the creams as a 4. But then if you wanted to go for all of them, building up that theme all the way through, building up the rose, the 8 colours would work really well together. So you've got a light pink there, a sort of rosy pink, moving into a slightly darker one. That's slightly brighter, that pink. And then we move into almost a magenta. It's a very bright fuchsia, a fuchsia pink I would call that one, on your spectrum. And then this one, almost edging towards a terracotta. It's like a dark sort of raspberry tones coming through there. So you can see on that whole fan, all 8 colours work really well together, and that would work really effectively in that rose if you're building up the 3D texture on the pin cushion. So HQGQ56, the really popular So Easy row 8-piece fat quarter bundle, and that is $9.95 for that one there. 100% cotton as well, so really soft, everything you'd expect from a cotton fabric. So, lovely, lovely. Let's move that one to the side. And finally, so this is another option. If you're thinking maybe of going for more of a pink theme on the arm cushion, then this one is a green and pink fat quarter bundle here. So you get 6 fat quarters in this. Again, I'll undo this so we can have a proper look. Let's see. Okay, so you actually get 3 different patterns, and you get 2 of each fat quarters in this. So there is this green and pink ditzy sort of print there, the floral dot fat quarter bundle, this one's called, and then you've got a polka dot in a lovely rosy pink, a very fine polka dot there. I like that one. And the next one is a really ditzy sort of fabric with, you've got your greens, you've got a splash of yellow coming into this one as well, and they work really beautifully together. And again, even with your rose bundle, some of the solids would match well with that, particularly this dark one. You could mix and match that really well. Some of the darker ones, the hot chocolate as I referred to it, this one would time really beautifully as well. These are coming in, the rose bundle across the bottom of your screens there, and then the So Easy bundle, $14.95. So there are 6 fat quarters in that bundle, and there are 2 of each pattern, just to clarify. Okay, so let's head back over to Angela and carry on with the cushion. So you can see there the arm cushion, I should say, a storage solution. You can see that there. We didn't have an arm to hang it on, so I'll show it in the book so you can see it over the chair. Let's have a look. Here it is.
Really nice in some of those florals.
Yeah, it would look really, and depending on the colour of your room,
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
You can tailor-make that to you. You can see it here just hanging over the arm of the chair. That looks like it might be in a conservatory or something.
Yes, yes.
But very useful at home
Certainly.
for all your bits and pieces. So where do we get up to? What's next?
Okay, pockets next. So I've just pinned those leaves in place just so that you can see where they would go. And you'd probably want to put the pockets on before you get the bulk. Once that rose is in there, it's quite, quite bulky, and the rest of the piece is quite floppy compared to that. So do as much as you can before you slip stitch that in place. So I'd suggest putting the pockets on next. Now I've chosen,
This is the teal, isn't it?
Yes, I was going to say I've chosen on this one. I think, what did I have?
Oh, you went for
we had we had the tilde both sides on that pocket, but you can put a plain on the inside. So I've got here 2 pieces. I think these are about 10 inch by 5. So these are 2 pieces for my other pocket. And you'd stitch these together just along one long edge with a 1/4 inch seam on there to pop those together and then turn them right sides out. I can do that in a minute. And it's topped with a piece of binding.
Okay.
It's not cut on the bias, it's cut on the straight because we're only using it in the straight line. This is...
I love it in that fabric.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Really nice.
It's a really nice, sits really nicely against the paler green there.
Do we have a gadget to do this?
Yes. Now, if you're only doing this much binding, you might think, oh, well, that's okay to do that by, without a gadget. But if I can just say that just to create the binding to go around this small piece, which looks quite a small piece compared to a quilt, there's probably,
this bit here all around the edge.
At least 65 inches of binding.
Just keeps coming.
So, yeah, that's the kind of length you need because you add up all 4 sides and then add a few inches on.
So a bias binding maker is your best friend in this situation.
It's really going to help you to create a lot of binding.
Quite fiddly to do just by hand.
Yes, and time consuming with lots of length because you will... To do by hand, you will fold this in half and press a centre seam. And then the centre seam is then a guideline for you to then fold both raw edges in this way. This gadget just makes life so much easier.
So this is a 2-inch strip?
So yes, this creates a 1 inch when it's folded, down to 1/2 inch when it's applied. So we cut a 2-inch strip or 5 centimetres.
Yeah.
And it's easier if you cut a point at one end.
To thread through. So this is the 2.5 centimetres or 25 millimetres bias tape maker from Clover. So that's just on your screens there. EBGQ78, and it's $11.95.
So because of the pointed end, it allows it to come out. And I find if you tug the first bit through to get it started, because then you can actually then go back and just realign. So you start off with your... Just hold the 2 first pieces in place. Then you can press this and use the nose of the iron. And literally, as you're ironing, you can literally push the gadget along with the iron. I've done that. As you're moving it along, it's creating that perfect fold and
so
pressing
this will
it.
Be pressed and
you're pressing it as you're going along. So you can see how much.
Would this size be good for quilting as well if you were binding a quilt?
Yes, yeah.
It work perfectly for
absolutely.
that. Absolutely.
And even obviously when you've joined strips, you get the seam, but that will pull through as well. It will pull through the seams. It doesn't get. You think the seam of the join, because you can only do a length as long as the fabric. So there's joins in that.
Dressmaker. This is particularly popular with dressmakers this size as well.
Okay.
So you're starting with a 2-inch strip and then ending up with a 1 inch.
1 inch
bias binding
until it's pre-folded.
And then fold it over.
Fold it over again. So how that works. Do I have time just to pop this seam on, shall I?
Have we got yes, we've got time.
I've got a little bit of time just to do that. And then I can just explain a little bit about finishing off.
So this is the Tilda Pardon My Garden backwater bundle that we're working with on this arm cushion. So lovely greens and duck egg blues and olivey sorts of greens, and then also we've got some teals and vintage blue there in the solids that match really well with it.
There we go. So in fact, I was, you know how we did in the first hour, we created the seam. We sewed
like a sleeve.
Like a sleeve. So you could do that with this actually. Instead of adding the binding, you could sew down both sides, turn it over, and then roll to expose either side. So you could do that. But the instructions in the book tell us to do it with binding on this occasion. So then you would just press that and stitch your binding on there to create the other pocket.
We're going to run the stitch.
Top stitch, like I've got one here that's prepared, just with just one row of stitching very close to the edge of there.
It's just here. You can see the top stitch there where the bias binding's gone onto the main body of the pocket.
Okay, so the more complex things that I wanted to show earlier, that's why, because finishing the project is quite simple, we'd place our other pocket, a pocket at each end. So we'd have them this way up. And you'll notice that you can position them wherever you like, really, but going by the pattern in the book, you leave a bit of a gap there. And you want to leave a substantial gap because of the binding. If there's a tiny gap, it will look like a mistake.
Yes, so it needs to be a deliberate choice.
Yes,
it's either going to be right to the edge or...
move it away, so then you would pin these in place, stitch, just baste it in at the sides in position, and this has just got a centre pocket, so you'd sew a row of stitching just down the centre there to create 2 pockets, but again, that's your choice. You could do 3.
You could have little ones,
3 sections, and then everything's in position. Your rose is all tacked in position, and your other pocket. When everything's in place, then you would turn it over to apply your background. This you can do then. Yeah, I was going to say. Then you would just you can use your basting spray, because this is what it'll look like from the back with everything exposed. You could use your basting spray then, give it a spray.
Oh, okay.
And apply your backing fabric.
So just to hold that in place.
Just to hold that in place.
Because obviously that's quite potentially a tricky shape to work around with that pincushion on its head.
That's right. So baste your background in position. Rose has flown out. That's okay. And then you can start to apply your bias all around the edge then to secure everything. Everything's hidden, all inside, all the edges that would then just be nicely contained with your bias binding.
Everything into place.
Along the edge.
So that's it.
So that would be, that's how to finish it. So I'm not sure don't have much time to get to...
How long did this take you to make from start to finish?
Oh, I don't remember, actually. I really don't remember, because I'd kind of worked on, this one, and having to sort of prepare a couple of roses and things like that. I actually don't remember. But as I say, there's some hand stitching in there. So I love slip stitching. I absolutely love putting binding on.
Sort of sit down and just do something.
So it's quite nice. A little bit of time at the machine and then a little bit of hand stitching. So it's a really nice project.
Combination of things. Yeah. So this is in the book that we've been looking at all throughout today's show, the Debbie Shaw book from the Love to Sew series. Loads of different sewing room accessories in this one. So lots of storage options, carrying bags, sewing machine covers, sort of covered, and baskets. Both of our projects today with Angela have been from this book. And also you've got techniques at the beginning, so we're looking at different machine stitching, applique, how to draw the perfect heart, going into loads of detail, and then we move into the projects that are great for the workroom. So you've got a pin cushion, all with step-by-step instructions, a ribbon stash envelope, perhaps if you've got lots of beads and buttons and ribbons to keep in one place. And then the fat quarters that we've used on today's show, the main one that you've seen that we've been working with is the Tilda, Pardon My Garden, fat quarter bundle. So you get 3 different fabrics in this particular one, looking at a green, a nice duck egg blue, and a royal blue. It's sort of a little taster of the collection, the colours that work really well together. You can see it here actually really well in the rose that Angela made in the pin cushion. So you've got here the royal blue and then the olive green, and this one here, the ditzy print there with lovely little daisies on, and the royal blue centre of the flower. So we've teamed up with some solids as well. And then the other fat quarter bundle, so that one there is just the finished product that you can see. And on the other fat quarter bundle is this pink one. So we've got 6 fat quarters in this bundle, and there are 3 different patterns. So this is the So Easy floral dot fat quarter bundle. You've got your greens and pinks, sort of a khaki greens, and then a polka dot and a ditzy print there. I really like that one actually, with your lovely flowers. 2 of everything in there. 100% cotton, 54 centimetres by 45 centimetres, and that one's $14.95. And then the front runner, which you wouldn't necessarily think. I think you'd think that the patterns, but this particular bundle is always really popular. It's a rose bundle, and you're getting that whole spectrum of different colours that just works so beautifully together. It's like a rainbow within one colour area, if you like. So you've got your whites, your creams, moving into your taupes, and then into rose, pinks, terracottas. just complementary colours that work really, really well and great for creating that 3D effect we spoke about on the pin cushion. So HQGQ56 for that particular one. And you can add that to your basket online or give us a call.
They're very stylish, those, aren't they?
They are
nice
really
stylish colours with the cappuccino.
The cappuccino.
And that lovely dusky
So
dusky rose,
I
like a
just
vintage rose.
You can just see those working
Really
really
lovely.
well. So thank you so much, Angela.
Oh,
It's
you're
been
welcome.
lovely to have you on today. I really enjoyed it.
I've got another pocket done.
We're moving ahead. We had the Spectrum Solids as well, and some different linear texture fabrics, which are also all on the website. They'll all be underneath today's show, so you can also check out Facebook Live at 12:30 with Natasha and Joe. Any questions you've got, get them into us. So it's been lovely. Thank you so much. I've really enjoyed the last 2 days here at Sewing Quarter, and I look forward to being back again with you all soon. Bye.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter.